Ready to go. Welcome to beautiful historic Seneca Park on a beautiful October morning. David Flower alongside Hall of Famer Joe Beekler, getting ready for four KHSAA XC regionals in a row. Big day here at Seneca Park. We're going to begin with Region 3 AAA, which features both manual, male, St. X, Central, number of quality schools. Should be a great day of running. Temperatures in the low 40s this morning. Terrific morning to run fast. Fields aren't too big in regionals, never are. Generally 11 to 14 teams in each division. Takes 5 to make a cross country team, and the number of advancing teams to the state meet from each individual region is based on how many entries there were for teams that were complete. That is to say, teams that had 5 runners enter the meet. They don't all have to run, but they do have to enter. We'll be back with you in just a minute as we near the start. We have split times for you at 1,825 meters, as well as the live finish. Looking forward to a beautiful day. There we go. Just a couple minutes away from the start here now. Joe Beekler making his way into the trailer. The Hall of Famer sitting by the Hall of Shamer. Great picture looking down the finish. See the kids warming up. Girls are first in this Region 3 AAA. Bailey Montgomery, the preemptive favorite in the girls' side, along with her teammate that won JCPS last week, Flora Biro. Here. On, off. Right. One of the coolest mornings we've had so far. The whistle is blown, the flag is up, and we are off. Looks to be about 50 girls making their way down the grass towards the first turn. I think Joe's about to join us, and I am going to hop over on the timing desk while he calls the race for you. You're allowed to split. Okay. Do we have a where's the live? I can't see it. I can get DCT live.
Others are longer than 5,000 meters, so you got to take everything with a grain of salt. And Bullet East looks to be the runner-up. I have you on as a guest speaker. I have notes. Bullet East probably the second favorite today. Male, followed by North Bullet and Fairdale. North Bullet and Fairdale look to be approximately at the same level. But we'll see. This is what's great about cross country. You never know. So we are at the first split, Bailey Montgomery, and we will go over some of the favorite individuals here. We still have 2 miles to go. So we have kind of a two-person lead pack of Bailey Montgomery. One of the two Mooney sisters from Bullet East. Slightly behind them, the other Mooney and the JCPS champion Flora Biro. It looks as though Manual has 5 of the first 7 runners, so they seem to be well on their way to a repeat of their last year's regional title. Let's talk about a couple of the leaders while we're going here. Bailey Montgomery would probably be tabbed as the favorite in the race. She's a sophomore from Manual. All 4 of her races have been under 19 minutes. Each race has been consecutively faster. So seems to be peaking at the right time. Had an off day at JCPS last week with a 19:04, but throwing out that outlier, had a very consistent and improving season. She's been the top 6 of every race she's run. She was 4th at last year's region and 10th in the state last year. She also was 4th in the 3200 last year in the state track meet. She's a former St. Edward runner and Derby City Athletic Club team member for many, many a year. So at the 1800-meter mark, the team scores are as followed, not unexpectedly. Manual in the lead with 24 points, Bullet East at 47, and Mail at 62. So holding to form so far, don't have full team scores for any of the other 3 teams. Um, some other top runners to watch here as they make their way through the second mile. Savannah Mooney from Bullet East is a sophomore. She's run under 19 minutes twice this year, finished in the top 7 in all of her races. She was 9th in the last year's state, 3rd in the region here last year. She has run a 1050, 3200. She was 5th in the state in that last year. She also has a 456 mile at the world-renowned Dream Mile at St. X. And I did note that 456 mile, that was only 8th last year, which shows how deep girls distance running or middle distance running in particular in Kentucky has gotten in the recent years. 5 or 6 years ago, if you broke 5 minutes, you were celebrated statewide. And it's not like it happens every day here, but it's been quite an improvement. These girls are doing a great job. Um, Continuing down with some other runners, Flora Biro from Manual, also a contender for the title. She is a senior. Been very consistent this year. All 5 races under 19 minutes, and she actually won the JCPS championships last week over her teammate Bailey Montgomery. She was 30th in last year's state, 6th in this regional race last year. Manual was such a distance powerhouse last year. She ran the 800 in the state track meet. Team was loaded with, Montgomery and others, but also the fastest miler in the history of Kentucky, not just high school, but all time collegians, whatever. Jesse Secor of Manual with a 440 miler. So Flora ran the 800 in the state meet last year. Some other runners to consider: Caroline Mooney. I'd throw her out as perhaps the wild card in this race. She is an eighth grader. Under KHSAA rules, you may run for your high school team or feeder school in seventh and eighth grade. There used to be no limits on that. We've actually had state high school champions win in fifth grade, if I believe, in times past, but now seventh is as low as you can go. She's been running a lot of grade school races this year. She only has one 5K under her belt, which actually was a victory over her sister in the Hillbilly Run a couple of weeks ago. She's won 5 of her 6 races this year. She lost a grade school race to North Odom's Millie Wang in the Rumble Through the Jungle. So those are probably your 4 favorites. Maggie May from Manual would be up there as well, and probably other teammate from Manual, Emerson Wyatt. Those 6 runners are clearly the class of the field, at least on paper ahead of time, as the 7th runner is listed as almost a minute behind number 6. So we might have a very spread out field here, at least in the beginning. One in 5 runners, something I'm sure Tim Holman is hoping to close this weekend and next weekend. Uh, there's also about another minute back to the 6th and 7th runners, so Manual will need to fire on all cylinders next week to have a chance to beat Assumption, the clear state meet favorite, I would say. But once again, you never know. It's cross country. Manual are the defending state champions, and they, as I say, are ranked number 2 behind Assumption. Bullet East, the second favorite. They have an excellent 1-2 punch with the Moonies, almost equal to Manual there, but then they have a 4-minute spread between the 1 through 5 runners. And a quick look at their roster, it appears they only have 9 runners who compete in all 3 seasons. That would be cross country, indoor, and outdoor track. As a former single A coach with 8 runners on his team, I can understand the dilemma, trying to get more bodies out, close that gap of 1 through 5. We are 15 and a half minutes into this first 5K today. So we're looking at a finish coming up in likely less than 3 minutes from now. we're probably close to the 4,000 meter mark. We only have splits at the 1,800. Once again, that was Caroline Mooney. And Bailey Montgomery in the lead, and then Savannah Mooney and Flora Biro and Maggie May in the next three. So they should be coming into sight here in a couple of minutes. It is a superb morning for cross country. The skies are sunny. The temperatures are in their high 40s now and it's supposed to go up to 70 through the day. So ought to be great for the entire afternoon. Got a little dew on the grass. Course has been very well prepared by Tim Holman Emanuel. Said he had 5 JCPS lawnmowers out here cutting on Thursday for the JV Regional. So well marked. Very short. There's no reason that if you want to run fast that you should be able to run fast today out here. It's a typical cross-country atmosphere. Have several hundred spectators, a lot of brightly colored tents. Leaves are changing colors. I do see 200 meters in the distance or so, a manual runner coming in. I believe it's going to be Bailey Montgomery, still 100 meters from the finish. Recognize her stride. She's going to have it. She is going to break 18 minutes. We're at 17:48 right now. And congratulations to Bailey Montgomery, 17:53.8. It is indeed going to be a good day for cross-country racing out here at Seneca Park in Louisville, Kentucky. Our runner-up from Bullitt East, Caroline Mooney, 18:08, followed by her sister, Savannah, in 18:13. And I believe we're going to see a procession of manual runners coming through now. That is Maggie May, senior, in fourth place, 18:21. And another manual run of the JCPS champion, Flora Biro, 18:30. And here comes our sixth finisher, manual. This will be their fourth runner. They'll have taken 1, 4, 5, 6. That is Emerson Wyatt. We're going to see a lot of these runners again next year. Montgomery is a sophomore. Savannah Mooney is a sophomore. Biro will be graduating this year. Caroline Mooney's an 8th grader. Maggie May is a junior. And Emerson Wyatt is a junior. So a lot of returning runners here at the front end of Region 3. And as we thought, there was going to be a big drop between 5th and 6th place, and now we have some people rolling in again. Our first runner from Male has finished, and that is Sydney Filipazzo, followed by Manuel's 5th runner. So that's Manuel, has all 5 runners in the top 8. Madison Price. Madison is a freshman. So if you're a type of individual who likes to bet, you may want to keep Manuel on your radar for the next several years. Here will be Male's number 2 runner. Corey Marshall finishing ninth. And our 10th runner in the distance, yet another Manual runner, and it looks like Manual's 7th runner. So Manual 6 and 7. Adeline Humphrey at 21:02. And that would be the top 10. Here's Manual's 7th runner coming in 11th, Lauren Curry. As you might imagine by Manual's performance, as I referenced earlier, they are the number 2 ranked team in Kentucky. Bullet East 16th. Male, who has 3 runners in so far as well, they are ranked 24th. As some more runners come in, they're running a new course here at Seneca this year. Seneca, pretty much the kind of running headquarters of Kentucky for the last 40 or 50 years. Haven't run a ton of races here. Recently, there's not a lot of parking. The neighbors, and I am one who lives near here, but I enjoy the running. Many of the neighbors are not appreciative of the parking situation when we have a large cross-country meet here. So the parks limits it to a few meets a year. Very, very pleased they allow us to run the regional here. But the course is a very flat. Well, the entire course is very flat. And we'll talk about some of the history of Seneca Park and the courses in a few minutes. But there literally is probably not a 3-foot incline on the course. A very flat, rectangular first mile. Move across the street to what the old timers just refer to as the hilly mile, although there are no longer any hills, or the back mile where they do 2 loops. And there are some there's some potential to overlap back there. I'm sure our Hall of Fame officials, Roland Dale and Kenny Martin, keep an eye on back there, making sure all runners complete both laps in the backside. Kenny Morton and Roland Dale. And then they basically repeat the first mile running backwards. So first and third mile are basically the same. Very flat, very good spectating on this course as well. We are 24 minutes into our first event. We have approximately 25 runners in. Let me take a look and see how the times today compare to the season's best. Montgomery came in with an 18:04 personal record, set at the Centerville Saturday Night Lights meet in Mason, Ohio. Today, she clocked a new PR, first time ever under 18 minutes. Congratulations to Bailey, 17:53.8. Savannah Mooney at PR at the Valkyrie Invitational of 18:14. She ran 18:13 today for third, so another PR. Caroline Mooney, former PR of 18:22. She cranked out an 18:08 today, so course is definitely running fast this morning. Maggie May, also a 12-second PR. Flor Ribeiro, only 10 seconds off of her PR. Emerson Wyatt, 20 seconds off. So So a mixture, a mixed bag, as you might expect at the regional. A lot of people are peaking, and the conditions are good, but top three runners all cranked out personal best today. We are closing in on 9:30 a.m. Boys race set to begin in a little over 15 minutes. Same course, same rules.
Let me grab that, Linda. Yeah,
But it does appear that Manual will be their regional champion with 24 points. Poland, the runner-up, with 50 points. In third, Male with 59 points. And our fourth place team, North Poland, 118. I believe that if those are deemed to be official, that those will be the four teams progressing to next weekend's AAA state meet.
and very unofficially, Joe, to add to that, right now it appears that 33rd place would be the last individual qualifier. Don't think that can change, but we do need to let everybody get in before we call it. Joe, you mentioned earlier, I heard you talking about the history of Seneca Park, host of state championships in the past. He used to host the Tiger Run. There's been a lot of great runners come through. And as you said, Seneca tends to be the local mecca for both professional runners, amateurs, hobby joggers, and a lot of high school and college teams practicing here. You had quite an experience that in your day, didn't you?
Which one?
Are you on?
run a state meet here. I run a Trinity Invitational here. I did have the pleasure, along with my good friend and former pro runner Jim Sapienza, to be the first two gentlemen to break 15 minutes for 5,000 meters in Kentucky. Something I'm still living on here 40 years later. Did have a state meet here as well for me in 1977 and 78. Everything you just said, I did not get. Everything you said, I did not get.
He's muted.
Let's use. Are you muted?
He was muted, yes.
Use this one. Ditch that one then for now. Use this one. So it worked. Maybe it just came loose up here or something. Right now. Dave asking about. We had some technical difficulties there. Briefly, David was discussing some of the running history at Seneca and set me up to reminisce over a couple of my races here, and I appreciate that. I always like to think back to high school. Most of the big meets in the 70s and 80s were here. There weren't as many teams as there are now. Fields weren't quite as large, and the park was not quite as built up. There is now a asphalt walking path around the outside. There's a playground that is cut into where we used to run in the past. But I did have the good fortune of running in what many of the old timers consider the perhaps the best cross country meet in Kentucky history until recent years. We had three runners under 15 minutes. First time three runners had broken 15. First time any runner in Kentucky had broken 15 minutes. I had the good fortune with my friend Jim Sapienza of Trinity, who became a pro runner for 10 years afterward, after a nice career at Dartmouth. He and I were the first two Kentucky runners under 15 minutes. We occasionally get together and reminisce about the old days. Good fun. The state meets were here when I ran in 1977 and 78. In 77, the state meet was 2 miles in length. That was the last year it was 2 miles. And I don't remember, the girls ran a mile and a half. And then in 78, we bumped it up to 5K for the boys, and I'm not sure for the girls. I was going to say 4K, but maybe only 2 miles. But ancient history there. But state meets were very fun to have here. The course was different in past years. There, as I referenced about 45 minutes ago, there used to be a series of hills in the last mile, and they have not been particularly well maintained by Metro Parks, and have eroded some over the years. The terrain is too rough to run on now, so now we cut those off of the course, do an extra loop, and the course is very flat and even faster than it was back in the day. But yeah, David referenced all the teams that practice here. U of L is here at 7 in the morning, at least once a week. I see the Bellarmine team here early morning training as well. Most of the local high school teams roll through here in the summer. Seneca Park also borders Cherokee Park, which has 10 miles of trails. It has, 4 or 5 miles of shaded road, one lane of which is devoted exclusively to running. So this is a fantastic area to run in, and this course has some history as well. There used to be a race on Thanksgiving Saturday, a handicapped run, where the oldest people would start first, youngest people would start last, based on a time chart from USA Track and Field. In theory, almost everyone should finish at the same time, but we've had world class runners come in for that and lose to 65-year-old women out here. Very fun times to participate in, races to participate in, and to spectate. I believe the second fastest 5K ever run by a Kentuckian was here at Seneca as well. Bobby Curtis. Let me see if I can find that year. I cannot find the year for Bobby. Early 2000s. He ran a 14:42, I believe, on this course here. And this course was a fairly legitimate distance over the years. We had a brief period about 10 or 12 years ago. St. X and Trinity were running dual meets out here. Course was fairly short, had some fairly spectacular times. But I think for a legitimate course in Kentucky, I would rank that as the top performance of all time. Bobby Curtis. Bobby, of course, one of our three best runners ever to come out of Kentucky, a pro runner for many years, graduated from Villanova. Bobby remains the fastest Kentuckian ever, not just high school, in the 5K, 10K, half marathon, and marathon. For those of you all who are big running fans, you might guess who the leader is for the 800, 1500, mile, and 3000. It's a former manual runner, now the American record holder in the mile, Yared Nuguse. But Bobby and I would throw Jacob Thompson in as our third, currently a Jacob Pro runner based out in Flagstaff, Arizona. Just ran the World Championship half marathon a couple of weekends ago, 102.26. For any of you who go out and run the Urban Bourbon or the mini marathon here in Louisville, you can compare your time to his 102, see how you stack up. There have been some other races that I've witnessed out here. I saw what would have been the only state meet to have the same team finish with the top three runners. St. X in 1973 finished 1, 2, 3. Shortly after the meet, the finish line official decided to switch third and fourth place, so St. X only finished with the 1, 2, 4. We are 5 minutes from the start of the boys AAA Region 3 race. (9:45) starting time. By my tally, this is not official, although I could probably figure it out sitting here in the timing trailer. There are 12 eligible teams for Region 3. That would be Bullitt Central, Bullitt East, Butler, Central, Manual, Fairdale, Iroquois, Mail, North Bullitt, PRP, Southern, and St. Xavier. From what I can tell, it looks like Iroquois, Central, and Southern have not entered a full team of 5. So that implies 9 full teams in this race. So the top 5 teams and top 5 individuals will advance to the state meet once again next Saturday at the Kentucky Horse Park. We'll talk about that race a little more as they get underway. Yui. I just heard the gun. We have started a minute earlier, so the boys' race is underway. Looks like the crowd has grown a little bit. Once again, several hundred spectators out here. So we will have splits available live at the 1,800 meter mark and the halfway mark.
Testing,
2,500 meters.
So, Joe, we're both on the air at the same time here. Isn't that a treat for everyone?
Absolutely.
Gun has gone off. We are a minute and 10 seconds into this race. Can you hit Control S on that computer? Oh.
Yep, and David off the air as he's gone to make sure we have time running in the race. So let's talk about some of the teams here while we
136.
Work through the timing issues. Once again, I believe 5 teams will advance. It could be quite a battle today between Manual and St. Xavier.
Okay. Oh, I can't do. Hold on 1 second.
St. X, the most. Hold on 1 second off air. St. X, the most storied program in Kentucky high school running history. I'm not sure I'm completely up to date, but approximately 25 state championships. They were last year's region champion with 25 points, and they're ranked 6th in the state this year.
No, I think it was 23 state championships.
23 state championships. I've been informed by
Former coach.
a much more informed runner than I. I guess I get a little excited for my alma mater there. Um, as usual, they have some pretty good depth. There is only a 50-second spread between their first and fifth runners. Unlike St. X most year, who has, I believe, 7 or 8 individual state champions historically, many of them with multiple titles, they don't really appear, at this point at least, to have an individual title contender. That always really helps out the score when your first runner only puts up 1 point for your team. They are doing a 50th anniversary celebrating the 73 state title at the state meet this year. Former coach Joe Heitzman be in town for that. Any of you St. X alums out there, he will be at that meet. St. X has a bevy of storied coaches: Frank Cooper, Chuck Medley. Chuck probably counts for almost half of the state titles, and currently Kyle Yoakum.
4 St. X runners in a row in your camera view that you're seeing right now as they go through around 1,200 meters. Clock just crossed the 4-minute, 10-second mark. The runners are making their way to the 1-mile mark, preparing to cross the road. We're lucky, Joe, we have the road entirely closed today, so there's not even a traffic guard.
Do we have flashing sirens out there?
Before the day's over, I'm sure we will. I'm sure there are some fairly angry neighbors today.
Well, St. X has the top 4 now. They did have the champion last year, Sammy Hatab, state champion in 2021, currently running for U of K right now. I would say the other team to look for today would be Manual, currently ranked actually 2 spots ahead of St. X. Although I note that counts Teddy Henderson as being part of their team. Teddy is transferred from Atherton to Manual this year, but I believe has been ineligible for varsity competition. So has run some JV meets. He shows up on my sheet here.
Going through the 1,800 mark, Caden Cole hit it first in 5:16. Brody Turkhorn from St. X is our second runner through there in 5:19, so he's about 2.5 seconds back. St. X takes those second through fourth positions, while Manual and Teddy Henderson appears to actually be in this race. He may have just become eligible. So this does appear to shake out as we thought it would, as a close finish probably between St. X and Manual. Runners, after they cross the road, as Joe mentioned earlier, run 2 loops that are around 700 meters each before crossing the road again and repeating the same track that they made going out.
Let's talk briefly about Manual in this team battle. They were runner-up to St. X last year, but as mentioned, projected as a slight favorite in 2023. Both teams have had a few injuries here in the second part of the season, working through those right now, so that could be wild cards for each of them. We'll see what happens. Manual is projected to put 5 runners in the top 10 here today. If they run according to form, like St. X, they too have a very tight 1 through 5 split of just 50 seconds, and just another couple seconds to their 6th runner. So they have some good depth, good team, good pack running. Yes, and just a tribute to the quality of those two teams, Manual and St. X, they're projected to take 9 of the top 10 spots in the region this year. And we haven't really discussed the individuals yet. I do see that Caden Cole was in the lead by 6 or 7 seconds at the little past the mile mark. Still in the lead at 2,500. David informs me the halfway point. He would be the favorite today over Sam Chandler of Manual. Cole, he's run under 16 minutes his last 4 races. He was runner-up in the JCPS championships last week, 29th.
You'll see them when they come back around. You'll see who's the first. They come back this way.
Say 29th in last year's state meet, 9th last year's region. A big improvement this year, close to a minute improvement. So tribute to his training, his coaching there over at Mail, Andy Ames. I believe Caden was a Barrett runner, also a Derby City Athletic Club runner. Historically, he's a 158-800 runner as well, so some pretty good speed. At the halfway point, we have some team results. St. X running very well in the lead with 33 points. We'll see if that holds up through the end, but looking very good. Manual second with 55, and a tight race for second between Manual and Mail. Mail 63 points. So once again, St. X 33, Manual 55, Mail 63. After that, it looks like Bullet Central with 95 points in 4th, and Bullet East in 5th with 122. Remember, the top 5 teams will move on to the state meet. TPD cross country, it might have been St. X's strategy to get out early, see if they can hang on. It might have been Manual strategy to go out conservatively. Make sure you don't give their all today, resting for the state meet. So we will see what happens over the last 2,500 meters.
Yeah, Joe, as you mentioned, the runners have now crossed back over the road, and you can see them on your camera view as they make their way along the tennis courts, heading east into the sun. Just a gorgeous morning here. Temperatures may be near 50 now, but it's still got a good chill in the air, and it's producing great times.
David, I do note I had Sam Chandler being the second fastest qualifier for Manual. I don't see him among the leaders early on. He has been facing some knee issues, a little Osgood Slater's disease, something that many high school athletes are familiar with.
Yeah, we were missing him at JCPS championships, I believe, Joe.
We were indeed. I joked at the JCPS meet that I had the pleasure of playing golf with Sam this summer. If he was unable to run cross country for a few weeks, he certainly would have been able to help out Manual's golf team. I only saw 5. Only 5 Manual runners have showed up at the halfway point, and I did not see his name among the first 20. Some other runners we would be watching for would be senior Tristan Hendorf of St. X. And he was cruising in fourth place at the halfway mark. Quinn Golden of Manual, Brody Turkhorn of St. X, and Thomas Weber of St. X. And just to round out the other guys with qualifying times under 16:30, Brady Jenkins, Lincoln Kreismean of St. X, and once again, Teddy Henderson. All personal records under 16:30. We're close to 14 minutes now, so we should see some runners here in the distance. We can see about 200 meters into the distance. Dave Flower and I have been around for a long time. Our eyes are not as good as they may have been 30 years ago. All right, I can see our leader. About 150 meters to go. It is a male runner. I'm going to guess that it is indeed Caden Cull. We're at 15:20 right now. It looks like Caden is going to run a PR as well. Current PR, 15:39.9. Even has a little kick here, wearing some gloves on this chilly morning. And he is officially 15:32.9. Thomas Weber of St. X, runner-up, 15:47. That is a 30-second PR for him. Brody Turkhorn of St. X, 15:55. A 15-second PR. So far, it appears that St. X has held up well. I do see several manual runners about to cross the line. Indeed, so manual top runner in fifth, Quinn Golden, followed by the now eligible Teddy Henderson. Rowan Foster of Bullitt Central in seventh. Did not have him enlisted in my top 10, so that must have been an excellent race for Mr. Foster. I'm hearing Dave on the other side of the trail. Manuel made a good spurt over the second half of the race. As we were speculating, probably went out a little easier than St. X, closed a little faster, has tightened up the team results. We'll have those for you in a couple of minutes. Let's round out some more finishers. Maverick Waters in eighth, 16:38. Brady Jenkins of Manual in ninth at 16:40. And Whit Rummel rounding out the top 10 at St. X, 16:52. St. X also has 11th, Lincoln Kreismean. So it looks as though St. X has 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11. So 5 in the top 11. Manual, 5th, 6th, 9th, 17th, and 18th. So do not have the team scores yet, but I'm going to go ahead and project St. X as a repeat regional winner. Yeah, I got it. I do have the unofficial tallies now. St. X will likely repeat as champion with 26 points. So a very minor upset over Manual today. Manual runner-up with 49 points. I do see only 5 finishers for Manual as well. Have to try to get a word with Coach Holman here and see what was going on there. Male only 6 points behind Manual for third, 55 points. So once again, St. X 26, Manual 49, Male 55. Once again, we're going to have 5 teams move on to the state from here. It does appear that North Bullitt will be the 4th team, 109 points. And we're waiting on our likely unofficial 5th qualifying team. I just spoke with the 2 meet officials, asking how the double lap in the far back section of the course was going today. Apparently no issues so far, so that is good. I say the course is pretty well marked, so we're hoping not to have any issues, and that apparently is going to be the case for today. So once again, excellent course layout by Tim Holman. Runners are still strolling in. They will be, for anybody who's listening here in the park, they will be doing awards shortly after the finish of the boys' race.
test.
Back with you here. Wrapping up the boys Region 3 AAA. Team scores have changed a little bit after a runner was added that was missed in the chip timing. St. X still the winner of the Region DuPont Manual in second, Mail in third. Bullet Central still in fourth place, but Bullet East has moved up one spot into that last qualifying position of fifth place. Tight race between that and sixth place from North Bullet. Try to get you that last qualifying position here as soon as we have all our runners in. Let me use Joe's for.
I think you should just stick to one. See, is this one?
Everyone in and accounted for in this boys 3A Region 3. Unofficially, it appears that 30th place would be the last individual qualifier. Again, that is unofficial. We'll wait for those to be tabulated by Linda Surratt. Approved by our Hall of Fame officiating crew of Roland Dale and Kenny Morton. Still about 15 minutes away from the start of our next race. No, excuse me, a half an hour away from the start of our next race, which both boys and the girls in Region 4 AAA should be really exciting. We have Assumption as the leading contender in the girls' side, and Trinity is the leading contender on the boys' side, both looking to just keep improving their fitness as they head towards next week and the ultimate goal. Back to Joe Beekler here now. I believe he's been doing some field reconnaissance.
Don't have much to report in. I did meet up with Tim Holman briefly. Asked him if why Manuel had only entered 5 runners. He shook his head and just said, we've been snake bit this week. Didn't want to provide any other details. Maybe got something sneaky going on for the state meet. No. So don't hope everything works out for them. Don't like to see injured and ill runners, at regional and state meet time. So they were rather fortunate. We were discussing here in the timing trailer, as David referenced earlier, you may enter. 10 runners are eligible to compete in the state and the region. So if you only enter 5 in the region and somebody steps in a hole, only 4 finish, your team is out of luck. They may all qualify individually, but your team would not progress to the state meet. So always pulling for those teams that have 5 runners that all goes well. And as far as I can tell, we have had no health or issues this year. I'm looking over at the training tent, and no runners currently in there, so all is going well. As Dave referenced, we do have 25 minutes or so until the girls AAA Region 4 takes place. We'll talk about that more in a few minutes, but yeah, this is the almost year in and year out the best region, and certainly again this year 3 teams ranked in the top 5, 4 in the top 10. So we'll go over that some more. Also, many of the elite individuals as well, as you might expect. So we'll discuss that a little more as we head forward. We'll just let things go. The coaches' meeting is underway, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Wait, I heard it.
Yeah, so whenever you're done, you hit this button. Not this one, the mute one. And then this starts working.
place from manual, Teddy Henderson. In 5th place from manual, Quinn Golden. Good job, Teddy. In 4th place from St. Xavier, Tristan Hindorf. In 3rd place from St. Xavier, Brody Turkhorn. In 2nd place from St. Xavier, Thomas Weber. And your winner in a time of 15:32, Peyton Call from second place from St. Xavier, Thomas Weber. And your winner in a time of 15:32. All right, thank you, boys. We have 5 teams going to state out of this region. In 5th place with 137 points is Bullet East. Good job, boys. In 4th place with 102 points is Bullet Central. In 3rd place with 69 points, Mayo High School. In 2nd place with 57 points with the trophy, DuPont Manual.
The award ceremony for Region 3 going on behind us. Hear a little bit of that noise. There are ambient speakers. Microphones, rather. About 10 minutes away from the start of the next region girl peak first. As we mentioned earlier, Assumption being the definite favorite in this particular race, but the individual favorite would clearly be Tula Fawbush of Oldham County, who's just had an absolutely amazing last year. In track, she was just simply outstanding. Indoor season, where we timed her on numerous occasions, she's just a metronome. 200-meter indoor track, you can just click off 37-second laps for her, one after the other. Very fine runner, manages her racers brilliantly.
All right, individual qualifiers. From Butler, James Dollar. From PRP, Mason Magyar. From North Bullet, Zachary Lynch. From Central, Miles Hodges. And from Butler, Matthew Mattingly. All right, that's it, folks. Now on to Region 4. All right, pull down.
I ran Lloyd White last year. Oh my God. I made a They're not leaving. They're just going right over there for a team. You guys, you said it for the rest of your team?
on the moped today?
A little bit.
Get some good shots?
Yeah, just the start. I go to the start, get a shot, and come back. So I'm doing the 5 street.
Good luck.
Look at the commentary for the voice.
It's
All right, we are about ready to go. for the girls. AAA Region 4, I hear some whistles, and the gun has just gone off. So we are underway. Here a couple minutes before 10:45. Boys will follow at 11:30. Let's check our teams out. Let's look at our box assignments. Box 2, Assumption. Then down the row, Ballard, Eastern, Mercy, Oldham County, South Oldham, Atherton, Collins, Fern Creek, North Oldham, Sacred Heart. And in the boys' race, Trinity will be in box 13 on the outside. Well, as I referenced a few minutes ago, this is, in my mind, clearly the most competitive region in Kentucky. 3 of the top 4 teams in Kentucky are in this region. So it ought to be quite a race today, time-wise. And those teams would be the number 1 ranked team, Assumption, number 3, Oldham County, and number 4, North Oldham. Once again, new to AAA this year. Sacred Heart may be the 4th best team, and then there's some toss-ups with Collins, Ballard, Atherton, Eastern, and perhaps even Mercy in there. Those teams should be battling it out for the 6 teams that will advance to the state meet out of this region. Moore and Seneca are also in this region, do not have teams ready today. So it looks like we have, 11 teams on the course. So we are a couple minutes into the race. Let's talk about some of the individuals we're looking for, and then we'll drill down to a little more team detail. The paper favorite, and it should be very close, would be Tula Fallbush of Oldham County. Fallbush is a senior this year. Seems like she's been around for many years. She's had 4 races under 18 minutes this year and 3 under 17:35. So very, very quality. She's won the Haunted Woods Classic, the Rumble Through the Jungle, and the Central Kentucky Run for the Gold. She was 3rd in last year's state. Had kind of an odd race in this region last year. She was only 5th. You could tell, seeing her after the meet, she was very, very disappointed, but rallied for 3rd in the state. Tula is a very prolific racer with some very solid PRs, as you can imagine, 10:28 and 3200. She was the first runner ever under 450 in the mile in Kentucky. She's run a 2:14.800. She also is one of the best high school steeplechasers, 2,000 meter steeplechasers in the United States as well. I think a lot of people around now, they know of her colorful socks that she wears when she races. So she would be a small favorite over Reagan Gilmore of Assumption. Gilmore is a senior with a PR of 17:37. Has been lightly raced this year, only 3 outings so far. I think Assumption maybe playing a little easy earlier in the year here. They are ranked in the Southeast region, and I believe even in the top 25 in the nation this year. So I'm looking forward to several meets after the state meet, so don't want to peak too early. So she's only raced 3 times, been under 17:40 twice. 3rd ranked in Kentucky. She was the regional winner last year, probably looking to repeat. And probably looking very much next week to improving on her DNF in the state. Got a new course for her at the Horse Park. PRs of 10:46 in the 3200 and 4:52 in the mile and 2:13 in the 800, just to round it out. I do hear the crowd behind me cheering, so they must be coming through a little past the 1,200 meter mark. See if I can form some splits for us. We should have the 1,800 meter splits coming up in a minute or so. Just looking over our shoulder, we think it was Fawbush and Gilmore out in front. Like I say, we'll know more shortly. There's some other good runners in here. El Cargoul of North Oldham, 6th fastest runner in Kentucky. That did come in a meet in Virginia, a very, very speedy course. But she's been a solid high, 18, sub-19 runner for most of this season, though. A transfer from Assumption here, 9th in this region last year and 44th in the state. We do have the initial splits for the 1,800 meter mark. Pull this back up. So we have basically a pack of 5 a little past the mile. Official splits, we have Gilmore of Assumption in the lead. Less than half a second over Fawbush, so effectively running side by side. Julia Schmidt of Assumption, a second behind, and El Cargoul, another second behind, and then Leah Pennick of Assumption. So they make up basically a loose lead pack of 5 at the 1,800 meter mark. It does appear that Assumption is currently 1st, 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 9th. Those number 4 and 5 runners would be Mabel George and Tara Tracy of Assumption. So Assumption with 5 in the top 9. Oldham County appears to have 3 in the top 10. So as they're running their loops in the back mile, let's talk a little bit about these teams, because these are the teams to watch next week in the state as well. A reference of 3 teams are among the top 4. Assumption would be the favorite. Coach Barry Hayworth, year in, year out, has his team's ready to roll here this time of the year. They were the region champion last year with almost perfect score, 16 points. 15 points is the perfect score. They went 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. If I recall correctly, they ran as a pack for the first half of the race and then kind of duked it out towards the end. Very fun to watch. That is old school cross country. They ended up actually being the runner-up in the state to Manual in what many considered a minor upset. Assumption did only have 6 runners finish. I'm certainly looking to put all 7 across the line this year. Their top 5 runners are all ranked in the top 25 in the state. Now, very importantly, there's only a minute 12 split among Assumption's top 5 runners. That's very small when they're all that elite. And there's only a minute 30 between their 1st and 7th runners. So typical of the Hayworth team, excellent depth. And currently in the lead, I say Reagan Gilmore, she is the number 3 runner in the state, just based on times. I'd have to check this, but I believe Assumption is ranked in the top 25 in the country, and certainly among the top 3 or 4 teams in the southeast region. So Oldham County, ranked number 3 in the state. Very unfortunate for them to be in the same region as Assumption. They were third in last year's state meet, second to Assumption in this meet last year. They have a very tight split of 1.5 minutes, 1 through 4. But their 1 through 5 split is just under 3 minutes. So I'm sure they're looking to close that split down here in the regional and state, keep them up here in the front. And once again, new to AAA this year, North Oldham. I'd say they are certainly among the top 5, 4th and 5th ranked in the state. They finished 5th in last year's 2A. They won their own region last year with 24 points, so stepping it up this year. They're led by, we discussed a few minutes ago, El Cargul, came in from Assumption this year. She was 9th in the state, 44th in the region last year. So she has improved. So best girls region in Kentucky, probably closing in on the 2-mile mark as we speak now. All right, I do have the halfway splits. They have spread out a little bit. We're basically down to a lead pack of 3, Gilmore, Fallbush, and Schmidt, so 2 Assumption, 1 Carl Gould has dropped 10 seconds off. She's about 9 flat at the halfway mark. Once again, you can just double those times for a projected finish. Mabel George and Kaylee Ney of Oldham County around the 9:15 mark. And it looks like Taryn Tracy, Emma Kendall with Collins, Diana Nava, and Lila Bensonhaver of Assumption are all a couple seconds back at 9:18-ish. So at the halfway, Assumption has a clear lead in the team competition, 26 points. Runners 1, 3, 5, 7, and 10. Oldham County currently in second, positions 2, 6, 9, 16, 22, 55 points. And North Oldham 4, 13, 15, 23, 28, 83 points. So in the battle for spots 4, 5, and 6, it's going to be pretty tight. I think Sacred Heart may hold off for the 4th spot. They currently are at 133 points. Collins 166, Eastern 173. Those are the top 6 at halfway. Atherton knocking on the door, only 5 points behind Eastern. And South Oldham, just another 10 points behind Atherton. So that will be very exciting, something to really follow here. Probably take a few minutes to figure that out as they come across the line. So we are 13 minutes and 20 seconds into this girls' race. We would anticipate a winning time of under 18 minutes. Once again, if we just double the time, we'd be about 17:35, 17:40-ish. Fastest time of the day from the prior region, Bailey Montgomery was 17:53, so a chance to have a couple under that if they maintain the current pace.
Get everybody behind me.
Also working with us here today, just got in his chair next to me. Go out man one of the cameras, Mike Garcia. Got running. You'll see him around most of the big meets. He and his wife taking pictures, taking video. He's the man in black. With the helmet, he gets on I'm just going to call it a unicycle. I don't know what it's really called, but it'll go 35 miles an hour. He carries a video camera and films during the race. Very professional, some spectacular video. So you need to check that stuff out. The meets he is involved with. Closing in on the 16-minute mark, so probably just a little over 2.5 minutes, or our top runners will finish. Weather's still perfect, absolutely clear, crisp. Crowd still growing. They are several deep, at least 150 yards down to the finish chute. Plus, I see a few hundred others running across fields. Another thing that most of us are loving about cross country. It's a spectator participation sport. Love to see the friends, classmates, parents, grandparents cruising from one spot to another to get the best vantage point. I do see the first runner. We're about 150 meters from the finish. It is an Assumption runner. I believe it's going to be Reagan Gilmore. Clock time is 17:16. This is going to be a personal record, a regional record. 17:24. Let's get the official time. Runner-up, Tula Fallbush, approximately 17:35. Official time 17:24.4 and 17:34.9. I don't have the list up. That is a 13-second PR for Gilmore. And a couple seconds off Fallbush's personal record. Here we come now, just a tad over 18 minutes. Was Julia Schmidt of Assumption in third, up 17:54. That was Leah Pennick, a tad over 18, 18:12 for Leah Pennick, so that's Assumption 134. Elle Carl Gould in fifth at 18:15. Mabel George of Assumption in sixth at 18:20, a 17-second PR. Haley Ney of Oldham County crosses the line seventh, 18:46, about equal to her season best. Diana Nava of Oldham County in again, as expected. Assumption in Oldham County just dominating this region so far. Nava 18:58, and Benson Haber in ninth place, first runner over 19 minutes, 19:03. That's a small personal best for Benson Haber. She too's been on the running scene around Kentucky for several years. Former Derby City runner. Taryn Tracy in 10th, 19:12. So Assumption is in with runners 1, 3, 4, 6, and their fifth runner was 9th, see if I can pull up some scores. Let's just go over a few more times. We are having some fantastic times in this region. Samantha Cook. How about Emma Kendall? Let's go 11. Abigail Krask, first runner in for South Oldham at 1913. Emma Kendall Collins, top runner, 1916. Samantha Cook, Sacred Heart, first runner at 1924. Assumption's Morgan White. I believe that's Assumption's 7th runner, coming in at 14th. Unofficially, I have Assumption as the winner with 21 points. They had 26 points at both the 1,800 meter and 2,500 meter splits. Oh, points are changing, 23. So a good solid finish by them. Oldham County as well, 61 points at effectively the mile mark and finished with approximately 49. These are unofficial and may change. North Oldham also 84 points at the 1,800 meter mark and finishes in 3rd with 76. It does look as though our projected top 4 are going to come in. Sacred Heart not too far behind North Oldham at 83. And we're still waiting on other teams to finish. Collins Eastern has 4 runners in so far. So in the battle for the top 6, once again, Sacred Heart 4th. It looks like Eastern is going to nab the 5th spot with 162. Collins the 6th and final spot with 164 points. And South Oldham may be the first team out at 171. We'll see. Like I say, these are unofficial tallies so far. So let's just go over the top 2 runners again. Once again, this is so high quality. Personally, and I hope people don't take it for granted, the kind of times and efforts we're seeing. It's just been 6 or 7 years ago when the first runner broke 18 minutes for 5K. I'm not too sure who that was. It was Gabby Karras in the state meet. I'm not sure overall. And Gabby was finishing a minute ahead of her competitors. Now we have 3 runners under 18 just at this region alone. So once again, Reagan Gilmore of Assumption, 17:24.4. Tula Fallbush, Oldham County, 17:34. Julia Schmidt of Assumption in third at 17:53. Leah Pennick in fourth place at 18:12. El Carl Gould in fifth place, 18:15. Mabel George of Assumption, sixth place at 18:20. Kaylee Ney of Oldham County, seventh place at 18:46. Diana Nava of Oldham County at 18:58. That's 8 runners under 19 minutes. And rounding at the top 10 from Assumption, Lila Bensonhaver and Karen Tracy, 19:03 and 19:12, respectively.
He forgets the guy can run. Everybody's trying to look, so the page is just loading slow.
It's over.
Let's see now, everything's better, no matter what it is. Even if it's 25, 59. 3, I think.
Unofficially, it appears that the 35th place will be the final individual qualifier for this region. Once again, let's go over the teams' unofficial standings. Assumption is your 2023 regional champion at 23 points. Oldham County runner-up with 54 points. The women of North Oldham in third with 97. The Valkyries of Sacred Heart, a solid fourth, 107 points. Eastern High School, 180 points in fifth. And apparently nabbing the final spot is Collins with 186 points. South Oldham, the first team out, at 192. Atherton also misses by a mere 11 points in eighth place at 197. Ballard ninth at 217. Mercy 10th at 237. And that should be very close to our final tally for this spectacular region. Next up today, (11:30) AAA Region 4 boys. We'll talk about that a little more as the race advances. Looks like there are 11 eligible teams in the region. Atherton, Ballard, Collins, Eastern, Fern Creek, Moore, North Oldham, Oldham County, Seneca, South Oldham, and Trinity. I don't believe Moore and Seneca will have a team, so that's 9 full teams, of which 5 will advance to the state meet. So we'll go silent here for a few minutes and come back to you with the boys race at 11:30 a.m.
Oh, it's Rudy, look at me.
time is 11:25, so we are a little under 5 minutes away from the start of our final AAA region of the day. That is the boys Region 4. As I referenced a few minutes ago, there are 9 full teams in here, so 5 will advance to the state. Oh, I hear must be a 1-minute whistle. Oh, that was a gun. The gun is off. Similar to the girls, this may be the best boys region in Kentucky. We have teams ranked 1st, 5th, 7th, and 8th. And then there's a little bit of drop off. There will be an excellent battle for the 5th and final spot, it looks like, at least on paper. We'll see how that actually unfolds out here on the course. So let's talk about who the contending teams most likely are. Trinity, currently probably the best team in Kentucky. If you talk to those in the know, their top 6 runners are all in the top 50 in Kentucky. Like most good cross-country teams, they have a pretty good 1-5 split, about 1:38. But it's about the same if you go 1-7. So their depth is extraordinary and improving. They have quite a crop of sophomore runners this year, and I believe only 1 senior on their team. Don't hold me to that. So quite a young crew, almost all of which will be back next year. They were the region champs last year with a 10-point victory over Eastern. Did not fare well in the state meet, 11th place. I know it's been a point of contention for the coaches this year. The 3-headed monster of Poles Connect, Can Apple, and Cave done an excellent job with their young team. And I know it's been a mantra that 11th was unacceptable, and they may finish 10 spots higher than that next week. We shall see. First, we'll see how it goes today. Trinity also won the JV Regional Thursday on this course. I didn't see the final score. Dave, was that a perfect score for Trinity in the JV Regional? They did have a perfect score. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 points in the JV Regional. So, once again, the depth is very, 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 very solid for Trinity this year. So we'll see how they run today, see if they pack it up. A team that I would pick as the second favorite in this region, North Oldham. They may have the best 1-2-3 punch in Kentucky and are still working on their, top 4, 5, 6 runners. Looking to improve that today, see how they go. Yeah, Adam Patel, Townsend Smith are all in the top 10 of the AAA times in Kentucky and the top 4 in the region. So they will be up near the front today. They do have a 2+ minute split, 1-5, and almost 3 minutes, 1-7. So as I said, they'll be looking to tighten that up. We'll only be losing Adam Patel out of the top 3 next year. Patel is senior. Seems like he's been around for about 20 years. Patel's been at the front of the pack for his age for many years. Patel and Etkin, as they're going by the 1,200 meter mark behind us, Etkin of Trinity are currently leading the pack. It does appear that Trinity is dominating early with 6 runners in the top 9 as they go behind the timing trailer. After those top 2 teams of Trinity and North Oldham, Eastern and Oldham County look to be very evenly matched, projected to finish with about 80 points today before backing runners out. So those, it looks like those 4 teams will likely qualify barring any catastrophes. And battling after 5th, Collins, Ballard, South Oldham. And we'll see how that all unfolds. So as they went by behind us, some of the leaders we expected, we'll talk about who those are. And we do have some splits here at the 1800 meter mark. It is basically we're going to go over that in a minute. None of the Trinity runners showed up in the 1800 meter split, so we'll talk about the split in a second. The favorite in today's race would be Adam Patel of North Oldham. He has a PR of 15:03 that he did at the Trinity meet in mid-September. He does have the 2nd fastest time in AAA this year behind Tiger Bartlett of Ryle. Patel, as I said, he is a senior. He's run under 16.5 of the 6 meets this year. He's won the Haunted Woods Classic, the Rumble Through the Jungle. He is the fastest runner in Jefferson County. He was 2nd in the AA state meet last year. Once again, as we've referenced before, this is the first year for North Oldham moving up to AAA. And he was 3rd in the 3200 last year, AA. I did mention he's been around for a long time, at the top of his game throughout his age groups. Running for North Oldham Middle School, I believe. Derby City Athletic Club. So we'll see. He should be up near the front. The 2nd fastest on paper does appear to be Eli Etkin of Trinity, PR 15:15. He also did that at his home meet, the Trinity Invitational. So he was about 12 seconds behind Patel there. He too's been under 16 4 of his 5 meets. He's a 4:18 miler and a 9:37 3,200 meter runner, 7th in last year's state meet. He will be looking to repeat his regional championship of last year. Tall order going through Patel. Our 3rd fastest time prior to stepping on the line today, Charlie Townsend of North Oldham. Charlie's a junior. He's been under 16 all 3 of his races. He's pretty speedy. Sub 2 minute 800 meter runner, 4:28 mile. He was 12th in last year's AAA state meet. Once again, AA. He's made some great strides this year. Really come on for North Oldham. And Jasper Smith, also of North Oldham. He has the 4th fastest time in the region and the 8th fastest time in the state at 15:26. He's been under 16 minutes. I keep referencing that. That's kind of a gold standard for Kentucky here. We occasionally have someone crank under 15, not too frequently. So he's been under 16 4 of his 6 races. He's a 9:36 3,200 guy. He was 10th in last year's AA state meet. I do want to reference Dylan Ellis of Eastern. He has the 6th fastest time coming in. He was the JCPS champion last week, and he's the 2nd fastest returner from last year's region. He was 5th in last year's region. I do want to reference also Aiden Taylor. He has, I'd say, only the 10th fastest time paper heading into this meet for the region. But he is a freshman, so we will likely see him for many years to come. He's already gone under 16 twice this year, but very consistent with his times, right at 16 minutes. He's been Trinity's second, third man most of the year. He was the state middle school champion, a double win in the 1600 and 3200 meter last year. He has run the fastest mile ever by a grade schooler in Kentucky, 4:35. He was from Christian Academy and has done a fair amount of training with the coaches over at Thompson Training. We are over 10 minutes into the race. Unfortunately, none of the Trinity runners are registering on our timing pads. We'll look for them on video. So excluding the Trinity runners at the halfway point, Patel is winning, and I believe Patel, once again excluding Trinity, Smith of North Oldham second and Townsend of North Oldham third. I hear they are 2, 3, 4 as they come behind us with 3/4 of a mile to go. I'm going to guess that's Eli Etkin up in the lead. Only a guess at this point. Also up in there, Sean Craddy of Oldham County, Matthew Whitlock of Oldham County, Nathan James of Collins. And let's throw in Max Keith of Eastern and Josh Siegwald of Ballard. They're all within 45 seconds of the leader. I had a note here. I hadn't discussed Matthew Whitlock of Oldham County, just looking over some results from prior years. He was 37th in last year's region and 62nd in the state. I'm going to go ahead and give him a nod for one of the most improved runner awards. We'll actually see how he finishes up today. Yeah, so far this year, Matthew, he is Oldham County's top runner and has the 8th fastest time in Kentucky. So we are 13 minutes into this race. I would expect a winning time around 15:30. So we're a little over 2 minutes from the finish. We should have some runners coming into view here in about a minute. David Flower and I were sitting here talking. Don't want to beat a dead horse, but just what a great facility this is here in Seneca. Draws a lot of fans, centrally located in Jefferson County. I say the rich history. There's a lot of green out here for Trinity today, and it does appear that it is a Trinity runner in the lead here with 100 meters to go. I'm going to guess it's Eli Etkin. Wow, that was a winning time of approximately 15:06 for Eli Etkin. 15:07.6. Excellent time. Adam Patel has fallen back into 4th place and only 3rd among his team, showing the depth of the top 3 of North Oldham. And 2nd was Charlie Townsend, 15:18, and Jasper Smith of North Oldham in 3rd at 15:23. Once again, Patel in 4th, so that's 2-3-4 for North Oldham. We have a rash of Trinity runners about to come in now, following Dylan Ellis of Eastern, who just crossed at 15:44. We're going to be a little slow on the Trinity guys. We're having to type in by hand as they come across. But it looks like freshman Aiden Taylor was 6th, time of 15:49. Drew Kuhn of Trinity, 7th at 15:53. Nate Powers of Eastern, 15:56. All top 8 runners under 16 minutes. Very, very, very solid depth. I will throw out, to go back 40 years when the first state meet was held here, the state meet, only 2 runners broke 16 minutes for the entirety of the state. We just had 8 in this region. Once again, course is a little harder back then, had some hills and that sort of thing, but just a testament to the super shoes that are out there today, as well as, you know, some improved coaching, improved training, maybe some improved nutrition. I don't know if today's runners are living off of cheeseburgers like we did back in the 70s. Let's round out our top 10 just to get through there. Our first runner over 16 was Matthew Whitlock at Oldham. And 10th, Hayden Spears at Trinity, 16:04. We do have 23 runners in under 17 minutes. Let's give some preliminary team tallies. Once again, only preliminary. Before that, we can see, if anybody watching the video, a little of the agony of cross country. We have an Eastern runner walking through the chute in distress. He's going to make it. Oh, helped by his teammate. Medical should be coming. I see he gets some water immediately. We'll have to see how the officials rule on the assistants at the finish line. discussion with head official Nolan Dale. Let's go over some team results. So we're going to have 5 teams advance. Let's go from the top down. Trinity's going to be your regional winner with 35 points, finishing in first, 6th, 7th, 10th, 11th. So in 14th and 25th with good measure. Mark Oldham with that big 1-2-3 punch. Actually finishing in 2, 3, and 4. 4th and 5th runners, 19th and 32nd. They are your runner-up with Trinity, 59 points. Currently, Eastern High School is 3rd with 82 points. Positions 5, 8, 15, 24, and 30. We may have some officials discussion as we haven't gotten to finish. We'll keep you up to date on that if that comes through. In 4th, automatically qualifying Oldham County with 86 points. So once again, it's Trinity 35, North Oldham 59, Eastern 82, Oldham County 86. So in 5th place, emphasize again, this is unofficial. This would be the final qualifying spot. It would be South Oldham with 146 points. Very close on their tail in 6th. And theoretically the first out the door, Collins with 148. So 2 points behind South Oldham 146, Collins 148. And also right in the hunt there was Ballard 151. So I know it sounds like a cliche. You always hear the coaches at the end urging their runners on to catch one more runner. If any of these teams have caught one more runner or not been caught, you know, that would be the difference between 5th, 6th, 7th, and going to state or not going to state. So that's a valuable lesson for a lot of these runners out here, for life in general. Do your best all the way to the finish line.
Any way I can help you?
I'm good, thanks, sir. Unless you want to get the cord, make sure it comes through. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, I'm just having fun. How are you? Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah.
I know. I know, it's crazy. I like how you're from there, though. That was like, oh, yeah, yeah. I had no idea who was that.
So you
Just another girl who's already committed, but I'm not sure yet. It's a smaller group. I know. Thank you. That's so sweet. I've never talked to her. She's so nice. I know. So I thought it was her mom or something. No, her mom. My mom. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy today.
Oh, wait. That was the shadow. Oh, my gosh. I'm so Can I just pick up our trophy? Oh, wait, guys. I wonder if this is the live stream. I may feel really stupid.
Toodles.
What's your mom doing?
I think you were in like
Coaches meeting in 5 minutes for Region 3 AA. Region 3 AA coaches meeting in 5 minutes. Awards to follow.
Sorry that my thing was broken on here. They smashed it. See, we heard it off. Big, that's why I'm doing stuff. This song hasn't been live.
Yeah, you post on her.
who's she with?
waterfall type deal. It's pretty nice. I think they always pull it. So we got the football game. Oh, it's getting hot. It's rough. Region 3 AA coaches meeting happening right now. Region 2, Region 3 AA coaches meeting happening right now. Region 2 AA coaches meeting happening right now. Awards for AAA to follow.
across the road, come back to the statue. Right, so they go behind the All right, it is time for Region 4 AAA Awards. It's time for Region 4 AAA Awards. Come on over.
Yeah, y'all got the CJ. I've always called
Trinity, you may want to come over for awards. Go ahead and get started with the Girls Awards. I prefer not to use the loudspeaker and also not scream so people can just quiet down. All right, so we've got medals for our top 8 individuals. In 8th place from Oldham County, Diana Nava. place from Oldham County, Kaylee Nay. In 6th place from Assumption, Mabel George. In 5th place from North Oldham, Elle Cargold. In 11th place from Assumption, Leah Pennick. Or 4th place, excuse me. In 3rd place from Assumption, Julia Schmidt. Your runner-up from Oldham County is Tula Fabush. And your Region 4 3A champ from Assumption, Reagan Gilmore. Right, get your pictures, parents and coaches.
I love those hard balls.
I guess we got it.
All right. We have 6 girls teams qualifying for the state meet. In 8th place is Atherton. In 7th place is South Oldham. In 6th place, Collins. In 5th place, Eastern. In 4th place, Sacred Heart. In 3rd place with 97 points, North Oldham. And in 2nd place with 54 points, Oldham County. Hey, John. Do you see a Trinity Sparsons? They're back. All right. We have 5 individual qualifiers from teams that did not qualify. Oh, I'm sorry. And your girls champion with 26 points. Assumption.
Where are you looking?
Oh my God, congratulations.
I think my eyes were shut during that.
All right, now it's time for our 5 individual qualifiers. From Mercy, Nora Turner. From Atherton, Lillian Borowski. From Ballard, Megan Trapp. From Atherton, Mary George. And from Atherton, Daria Drake. Congratulations. On the boys' side, our top 8 finishers. In 8th place from Eastern, Nate Howard. In 7th place from Trinity, Drew Kuhn. In 6th place from Trinity, Aiden Taylor. In 5th place from Eastern, Dylan Ellis. In 4th place from North Oldham, Adam Patel. In 3rd place from North Oldham, Jasper Smith. In second place from North Oldham, Charlie Townsend. And your champion from Trinity in 1507, Eli Hodkin. Forward guys in a row so people can get pictures.
Momentum. Good.
We had 5 teams qualify out of this region. In 8th place is Atherton. 7th place, Ballard. 6th place, Collins. And in 5th place, South Oldham. 4th place, Oldham County. 3rd place, Eastern. And your runner-up with the score of 59 points, North Oldham. Yeah, let me tell you.
We got the 1A state. We got the 1A trophy.
Why are we like?
And the winner with the score of 35 points is Trinity. Hey, Coach.
You did it. Coach it. Coach it. Let's go. Let's go, Rob. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Run.
No! Hey, everyone do this! What is that? What is that? Name? What is that? I have no idea. As if you're trying to talk like this.
All right,
That would actually be a power.
Ballard, Josh Siegwald. From Atherton, Whitman Goodwin. From Collins, Nathan Jones. From Collins, Chase Delaney. And from Atherton, Avery Powell.
All right, we are back with Class 2A Region 3 girls are almost 6 minutes into their race. A much smaller field than the AAA regions. I believe we have 4 teams entered. Christian Academy, Shelby County, Spencer County, and J-Town, which means 2 of those 4 teams will advance. Like I say, we should be coming through the 1,800 meter split shortly. We'll go over the leaders. I can see as they came behind us, there appeared to be a lone runner well out in front. I'm going to guess that's Annabelle Plummer of Christian Academy. She has the fastest time in the field by, it looks like 2 minutes, close to 2 minutes. So we'll see if that's her coming through. And then we'll go from there. It was indeed. She has crossed the 1,800 meter mark. Annabelle Plummer of Cal, 6:31 at the 1,800. It may be a little while before our second runner comes through. Cal does appear to be the team favorite. Looking at their times through the year. Estimated to score in the mid-20s, with Shelby County likely to be the runner-up team, somewhere in the mid-40s. That's for backing out any other runners and that sort of thing, but just kind of a rough estimate for what's going on. We do have a few more times now. I was going to say Plummer through in 6:31. Elena Nethery, 7:17. She from Shelby County. Emily Beard of J-Town. And Emmeline Hurt and Kaylee Burkhead and Taylor Greenwell, basically all running a second pack there. So a clear lead runner, a second pack of 4 or 5. And then another pack of 2 behind them that consist of Riley Watts of Spencer County, Catherine Kelly of Cal. So Plummer, the class of the field so far and on paper. You can see her PR for the year of 1923 took place at the Valkyrie Invitational, Tom Sawyer Park. That was her only time under 20, but she's run in the low 20s virtually every other meet. Oh, and I'm sorry, I skipped the run for the gold. Her PR, 1921, run for the gold. So 2 races in the low 19s, the rest of them in the 20s. She's run in a lot of significant invitationals, so it's finished anywhere from, 10th through 40th. Tough to get out against that AAA competition. Annabelle was 6th in the 1,500 indoor state meet earlier this year. She was 14th in the state cross-country meet last year. Once again, we're 2A now. She was 5th in this region last year. So it looks like she's going to earn her first regional title, barring anything unusual happening in the last mile and a half. Elena Nethery, apologize if that's a mispronunciation, has the second fastest time coming into this event. That was a 21:36, good for 28th at the Haunted Woods Classic. She's been a solid 22-minute runner throughout the season. Our leader has passed the halfway point, Plummer, through 2,500 meters in 9:32. That would come out to a low 19s full 5K time, should she keep the same pace going. Emily Beard of J-Town is a minute 9 behind at the halfway point at 10:41. Pack starting to spread out a little bit. Taylor Greenwell of Cal, third at 10:44, and Nethery 10:46 of Shelby County. Hurt of Shelby County 10:49, the only other runner under 11 minutes at the halfway point. Catherine Kelly of Cal.
Oh.
While the runners traverse the second half of the course, Christian Academy, a perennial 2A contender. They were 6th in the state last year. Shelby County, 26th in the state. They'll be looking to improve a little bit upon that coming up here in 2023. Team scores at the halfway point. In third, Spencer County. 7th, 9th, 13th, 14th, and 18th places, 61 total points. Shelby County, 15th, 10th, 8th, 4th, and 3rd. They currently total 40 points, second position. And Cal, as expected, positions 1, 2, 5, 6, and 11, and 12 for good measure. 25 points so far. We're approaching the 15-minute mark, so we probably coming behind the finish line trailer here soon, and maybe approximately 5 minutes till finish.
Two cups. Because we have two hands. This is technically my dog. You guys are kind of stealing. Well, I was kind of here forever ago, and then so this is. Well, Homan. Well, I'm the expert here. Well, Homan like kind of told me to do this. Let's listen to our seniors. Right. Okay. I was here since 7 a.m. I got here an hour and a half ago. Big. Cool. I run cross country. So, yeah, I got you over there.
Someone dropped the medal down there.
Let's all get her 2 cups of water.
Come on, girl, you can get soaked 20.
Oh, definitely. She definitely will.
I can see our champion approaching the finish line now. About 120 meters to go.
No, she didn't. Good job!
I'm going to go out on a limb. I guess this is Annabelle Plummer, Cal. Number 240. It indeed was Annabelle Plummer. Time of 1930.2. Well ahead of the field. I do not see another runner. I can see 200 meters down the finish line. This would be Annabelle's first victory of the year. Like I say, she's been in a stiff statewide, AAA, and other kind of competitions. So she's probably enjoying her first regional victory. She is a sophomore.
Coming up, you can see her
So
on the thing.
likely might be a few more regional titles in her future.
Farther than I could see.
Well, them go.
At the halfway point, Emily Beard of J-Town was in second, 3 seconds ahead of Taylor Greenwell, Plummer's teammate at Christian Academy. I do see some runners coming in the distance now.
I know the song.
This region much smaller than the 4 prior races we had today. Approximately 30 runners in this one. So the field will be a little more spread out. I do recognize the J-Town uniform.
Sorry.
That's what they did for the last races.
I wouldn't risk it.
So finishing second indeed is Emily Beard of J-Town. Time of 21:27. That is a 1:20 improvement over her prior best time this season. Congratulations to Emily. Got kind of a good pack here. We're battling it out for third. Taylor Greenwell of Cal edged out Nethery in Shelby County by a couple of seconds, 21:53 to 21:55. fifth runner in, just a tad over 22 minutes, Emmeline Hurt of Shelby County. I see some blue of Cal coming down the finish line now. Our team scores should start to roll in. Probably have something for you in a couple of minutes.
Come on, Cal, push it. Yeah, Kaylee. Good job, Kaylee.
Are we updating?
You're kidding me.
That's Ford. Sorry, the wrong one. In sixth at 22:30 with Catherine Kelly of Cal. Just behind her, teammate Kaylee Burkhead, 22:47. Spencer County's #1 runner, Riley Watts, in 8th place, just a tad under 23 minutes. Henry County's top runner, Acacia Kurtz, crosses the line at 23:07 in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Kimberly Warren of Spencer County, 23:17. Cal has 4 runners in so far, 2 for Shelby and Spencer. So we'll be close to bringing up the team results soon. We're at the 25-minute mark. Cal does have their top 5 in, waiting for the point tally. Shelby County has 4 runners in. Just reading down the individual results, Cal has finished 1st, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 5th runner was an 11. Reese Fletcher rounding out the top 5 for the likely regional champions, Christian Academy of Louisville. Runners 6 and 7, Megan Wersch and Kinsley Cordry, come across 14th and 15th place, right both near the 24-minute. So unofficial team results. Christian Academy will indeed be your AAA Region 3 girls winner, finishing positions of 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. An easy 21 points for the win. Runner-up will be Shelby County with 38 points, so 21-38. Finishing spots 3, 4, 10, 14, 15. Both of those schools will be automatic qualifiers for next weekend's state meet. Once again, Saturday, October 28th at Kentucky Horse Park. 3rd place in this year's region. 3rd place team, Spencer County, with 61 points. So once again, that's Christian Academy, 23, Shelby County, 46, Spencer County, 61. AAA Region 3 boys race will begin in a little under 20 minutes at 1:15.
She's okay for now. She might throw up though.
Appears as the final individual qualifier finished 13th in this race. So if your team did not make it, if you're among the top 13 finishers, you will be heading to the horse park next weekend in an individual capacity. And if you wonder how that works, they do put all of the individual qualifiers in each race in their own box. So you'll line up with your fellow qualifiers from across the state. For you cross-country fans who are not traveling to the state meet next weekend, but haven't had your fill yet this year, at Tom Sawyer Park, late morning, the Southern Athletic Conference Championships will be held. This is basically Center College's conference. They are the host this year. So they will have a girls, a men's and women's race in the late morning. Feel free to head out to Sawyer, no admission fee. See some very solid D3 conference championships going on out there. So once again, Sawyer Park next Saturday if you're not heading to the horse park.
Oh yeah, they are now. All right.
So like.
Testing. All right. We are at a point in the broadcast where Joe and I can be on at the same time, which is a delight to all our many fans out there. Boys race on the line. Still waiting about 10 minutes before they'll start, although I undoubtedly will start a few minutes early. Casey DeSilva coming in with the fastest seed times in this region. Casey's been running for Spencer County for a number of years, coming up into regionals for at least his third year, I believe. Definitely ran as an 8th grader. Had a very consistent year. You can usually count on Casey to show up at around 16 minutes. Had a good race at Thomas Nelson High School a couple of weeks ago in a battle with Riku Shugi, who ran away at the end and ended up running 15:13 himself, but Casey had a strong showing there. That's okay, go ahead.
He has won 2 races this year. Looking at his stat sheet, yes, Shelby County and at West Jessamine. That latter one of those was his PR of 15:40. Been close to that a couple other times as well, as Dave refers to. But very consistent across the season so far. He was 7th in last year's state meet and was runner-up in the region this year, so he'll be seeking his first regional title today here in approximately 5 minutes at the starting line.
Be a nice feather in that young man's cap. Tall kid. Expected that he could be a fine middle distance runner as well. Does race quite a bit. Still a beautiful day here at Seneca Park. High thin clouds, temperatures have gotten up into the 60s now. No wind, which we had expected that there would be high wind today. Been very lucky in that regard so far, as it's just very still. Entries show that there were 7 teams, full teams of 5 runners or more entered in this boys Region 3 AA. So 4 teams will advance to the state meet, providing that we have 4 teams that finish with 5 runners, which, judging by the starting line, looks like that won't be a problem.
And the team favorites would be, based on prior time this year, Shelby County probably comes in as the favorite. Slated to finish 20 points ahead of Spencer County, who's another 10 ahead of Christian Academy. Henry County, 10 behind them. They do appear to be the big 4 fighting for the final spot. Might be DeSales. And then with some work to do, some wood to chop, as they say, J-Town and Doss.
Yeah, I think that'll be a big task for them at this point in the season. With North Oldham moving up out of AA and into AAA this year, definitely leaves a vacancy there, a chance for some teams to show their stuff, particularly on the boys' side. Whistle has been blown and flag is up. Start line official checking everyone's behind the line. And we have a start. Joe, I know you and I, neither one will be at the state high school track or cross country meet next weekend. But looking ahead, who do you like in the girls AAA?
Well, how can you go with anyone other than Assumption to start with? Excellent performance today. Have a national ranking, regional ranking. Looking forward to be competitive at Nike. Have 2 top runners could actually be duking it out for the title. I would say would be my clear favorite. Now, I would have named them the favorite last year as well, David, and Manuel was able to pull off the victory. So who do you choose?
I agree with you. I don't know how you can go with anyone but Assumption, particularly after today's performance. I haven't looked to see what their average top 5 time was, but it was impressive. It was easily in the 18s. Perhaps in the low 18s, with Reagan Gilmore going into the low 17s. So it would be a major upset, I believe, for anyone to pull anything different there. Maybe could well be more interesting for second place. But you never know. You absolutely don't know. Last year was a bit of a surprise, although Manuel had a great year all year long, and has this year as well. So it's all about what you have on one particular day, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say I would expect a flip-flop from last year. Manual coming in second this year. And I would also think that third will be Oldham County, led by Tula Fallbush.
Had a good performance today.
Yep, they have, as we discussed earlier, an excellent top four. I don't know what their ultimate finish split was today. Don't have the results up in front of me. They can move their fifth runner up a few seconds. They may be very competitive up there. Certainly seal their third place finish. So we've gotten to see all three of those teams run today. Once again, we're very fortunate here in Louisville to have some of the top teams watching the region.
Yeah, indeed. This super regional has really given us a great vantage point for a state preview. On the boys' side in AAA, hard to go away from Trinity on that one.
Yeah, it's been quite a rebound from last year, hasn't it?
Certainly has, from 11th place to what appears to be a solid number one all season long.
So David, just for full disclosure, he is a Trinity alum. He is beaming with pride over here at Trinity Performance.
I'm very, very proud of the Rocks, but as many of you know, I am close with numerous coaches in this area. I wish them all well. But it is great to see a storied program like Trinity rise back up.
Yeah, I'm a little out of touch for the teams outside of the Louisville metro area this year. Connor, last year's state champion.
Yeah, that's always, for us here in Louisville, that's always a bit of the unknown, is how good is Connor? We've known for the past two seasons going into state meet that they were very good, but I think everyone in the Louisville area was slightly surprised at actually how good they were. Outstanding program, and really program is the right word, don't you think?
I do indeed. Yes, St. X beat Connor in the middle of the season last year, and then Connor turned the tables at the state meet fairly handily. I'm just looking at the times here on Kentucky Mile Split, and they're, forecast to finish several hundred points behind Trinity this year. So I'm not up to date on all the details, but it'd be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, that will. I'm a little bit shocked by that, and you never know if they run their best athletes or best runners at any single time. It's a thing we've talked about a lot, Joe, is how difficult a job it is to get your athletes to peak. Regional week, state week, and particularly if you're going on to national meets like Assumption and Manual more than likely will be, to hold that peak for another 2 or 3 weeks. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. Peaking is an art form, even among the pros. And there's so many different approaches. How do you do it? Do you maintain your distance and show your speed down? Do you maintain your speed and cut your mileage? Do you take 3 weeks off before your big race? There's so many ways to do it. You got to just kind of figure it out about trial and error, what works for your different people.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a challenge. We've had great weather here this year. It's been dry. Temperatures have been fantastic. This has been a very, very solid year of cross-country running in Kentucky. So I think it's going to be hard to hold your peak, if I can just throw that out there.
Yeah, and I would agree completely. Some of these teams have run well from out of the gate, and it is difficult to do that for the length of season that we have, and particularly once you head into late November, where some of the national level Nike, Foot Locker type meets, I guess that's East Bay now. AC DeSelby with a very slight lead at the first split over Herbig from Christian Academy. Those two have broken away of the rest of the pack by over 30 seconds. Trying to recall the name of the runner that won the NCAA a few years ago that was averaging 140 miles a week or so coming into NCAA and ran that same mileage the week he won. Yeah,
I know
we're
of
both
whom you
drawing
speak.
we're
Do
both
not
drawing
remember the name.
yeah, we're both old and drawing a blank. But I thought that was interesting and actually a philosophy that I somewhat agree with, that tapering may hurt you more than it helps you. 28 runners through the first split. Glancing at it without having the official breakdown in front of me, it appears that Shelby County is in front of the team scores on the first split.
So as we referenced earlier, we do have 4 teams looking to qualify here in this particular region today.
Looks like, Joe, right now that the battle between third and fourth is extremely close. At the first split, Spencer County only had a 2-point advantage over Christian Academy of Louisville, 74-76. So that may be where the most entertaining part of this race will be.
And they're only 10 points behind Henry County, so should they hit a little bump here, of which there are no bumps at Seneca, but in the second half of the course.
Good point. Seneca is very flat, very hard, very fast. You know, contrary to what I think a lot of people think, that I know I heard you mention it earlier, Joe, is that there was a period of time where this course was consistently run short. But with the effort that coaches Holman and Hayworth put in jointly to get this course accurate, it's pretty much, very much a 5K. You know, cross-country courses vary a little bit. There's just a little bit of natural variability there. It's not like a track or a road course. So I feel like these times today, as fast as they are very much legitimate.
Yeah, it's one thing I wish we had more of around Louisville, around the country. One reason why I particularly like the Foot Locker course in Charlotte, it was marked every 200 meters, permanent markers, permanent finish line, permanent starting line. And although it was actually short for many years, they actually remedied that about 10 years ago, you know, it was the same every year. So you knew how you fared against Alan Webb, who just happened to have the course record until Drew Hunter broke it 7 or 8 years ago. That's the kind of thing I like to see. I would have loved to see Seneca Park had some permanent markers, or Sawyer, even a Tom Sawyer. We changed courses in recent years. Even the 2 biggest meets this year, Greater Louisville or Louisville Classic, it's now known, and Trinity Invite, Valkyrie Invitational. You know, they run 2 separate courses, and I've looked at some time comparisons. It's clear that given conditions and other things, that one course may have been shorter than the other, and that sort of thing. So I know it's cross country and you just run over hill and dale, but I'm a fan of having a standard course of whatever length it is to compare season to season. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that the thing about that for me as a fan is that is the course, can you set it up the same way every time? And you, as a former resident of the area near McAlpin Park?
McAlpin Greenway.
McAlpin Greenway, yeah, I've run that course myself. As a matter of fact, Joe and I both ran that as masters. The course is repeatable. Sawyer, in certain areas, is certainly the exact same course year to year. But other than that, there are some areas where you're turning in the middle of a field, so setting it up the exact same way every year becomes a challenge.
And this would be my challenge to those who set up the KHSAA, the state meet course at the horse park. I love the horse park. Central Kentucky, beautiful scenery. We've run 3 separate courses there over the last 40 years. They've all been good. The current course, the most recent course, and I believe they're trying to emulate it again this time around. There's not a lot of permanent markers to go around. A lot of it is running in the middle of the field and just cut a swat. And, we do the best we can. It's so not quite repeatable over time. Back in my day, we used to run around the steeplechase course. So you had some natural barriers and stuff like that. I would love to find a permanent course for the state that, once again, is repeatable, viewable, and with a few hills, throwing a little challenge, but not too much.
Yes, and certainly not a knock on anyone who's setting up that course. They're doing the absolute best they can. They measure it until they wear the wheels out, but it isn't the same course every year, and there's really nothing they can do about that.
Yeah, as people who host cross-country meets over the years, they always find out, let's go have a meet at so-and-so place. It'd be a great course. Yes, it would be a fantastic course, but you can only park 17 cars there. So you need a place where you can park a couple thousand cars to host a meet, hence why a lot of the big meets move over Tom Sawyer.
Right, exactly.
Spaces for 3,000.
3,000 hard surface parking, a little bit of that ingress, I suppose, not hard surface, but in general, you can park a lot of people at Tom Sawyer, and it's a great viewable course for the spectators as well. Mike Garcia suggesting Blackacre, where you have a 10-foot wide driveway with no other exit.
Well, for 13 out of 15 years, they had the NCAA up in Terre Haute, and we're jacking that. That was like one exit in originally, one entrance in. Now there's two. But once again, it's in the middle of nowhere, and plenty of parking, permanently marked course, inside a fence. Now, there was a reason why they ran it there for so many years. They located all that stuff too. But a great course, plenty of parking.
Having been there a couple times myself, what a beautiful facility. Vinyl green fence surrounding some of it, most of it, in fact. 1K straightaway start that's nearly dead flat. Just a beautiful place to run. And as Joe said, there's parking for days there. You're not going to overflood the parking there.
So this year's NCAA is being held at the UVA home course. They had to meet earlier in the year. I believe they had enough parking, but I understand you're now parking at a lot 5 miles from the course and being bussed in. I'm sorry if this is bad information. This is just what I've been told by the dad of one of the EKU runners.
We'll check with Vin Lanana on that today.
I promised to go to the meet if his team qualified. I speak of Keith Thornberry, Eastern Kentucky. They are currently ranked in the top 20, I believe. Let's cut in. I believe Dave and I can see the runners coming down the straightaway.
Good race coming down the straightaway. I believe that's Casey still in front, but there is someone hot on his heels, and I believe that's Christian Academy, Joe. Maybe 50 meters to go. Casey is going to hold on. Another consistent time from Casey De Silva.
Yep, both runners under 16.
Very nice. 15:49 for Casey De Silva.
And 15:55 for Samuel Herbig of Cal. That's Spencer County and Cal 1-2. No one else in the distance. Clearly, these two runners were the class of the field today.
Yeah, they appeared to at every split gain distance on the rest of the field. Many of the locals know here at Seneca there's a tree that we call the 400 tree that is named aptly. It's about 400 meters from the finish. And I believe, actually I don't. I think that was apparent. Still don't see anyone in sight. Gives you an idea of how far away these guys broke.
It can be hard to tell. Seneca Park is not shut down for the day. There's still, as we referenced many times today, and this is maybe the running capital of Jefferson County. There's a lot of runners out here, people doing workouts, joggers, walkers.
Yeah, and it's particularly on such a beautiful fall day. We do have our third place finisher in sight now, about 200 meters away. Still a good crowd.
Dave, I would say your alma mater, Trinity, may have had the most fans out here today. It was a sea of green for a while.
It really was. They tend to set up their tent in the same spot every year, as does Seneca and Manual, for that matter. But boy, that was quite a showing for the Rocks, not only on the course, but from their fans.
Our third place finisher has crossed the line. That was Lucas Courtney of Shelby County, 17:51. I have not looked ahead. Dave, have you happened to notice what the weather forecast is for next weekend for the state meet?
I did, Joe. I saw that last night, and as of last night, it was cold and damp. Unfortunately, Joe and I will also be working in another meet that day now, and we'll be experiencing the same weather.
That does always make it fun at the horse park. There are definitely some low-lying areas there. We have run through 5 inches deep of water in spots located behind the starting line.
For sure, and those guys could encounter some really sticky conditions for parking. There's so much of that parking that is done in a grass field.
But once again, this is cross country. It's no fun to run in the sun and warm and on flat, fast courses all the time. I like to shake it up.
I agree completely. It's a part of the beauty of the sport.
We've had several other runners cross the line. Donnie Wright of Shelby County, he's coming fourth at 18:28, followed by Ridge Revers of Spencer County in fifth at 18:45. Jace McDowell of Shelby, 19:01, and Elijah Nelson of Cal, 19:07. They're the top 7 runners in so far.
I believe that may be Shelby County's 5th runner that just crossed, I believe. So that should secure them this regional team victory.
Yes, no one else has more than 3 runners in yet. All 5 of Shelby's are in. That's what.
Yeah, I don't think there's any math that's going to change that outcome for first place.
Big group crossing the line now. You can see some DeSales teammates.
Good to see DeSales out here.
Take my glasses. Can you take my glasses, please? Please help. Please. No. I can't think.
So what we see right now is that 4 out of the 5 teams in this region may well qualify.
It's way down.
Our largest race of the day so far, and will be, is the Region 4 AAA boys that had 58 finishers. Amazing amount of sub 18-minute runners.
So the team results are starting to roll in. It appears as though Shelby County will be your regional champion this year. These results are unofficial, but very close to a perfect score for Shelby County. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 17 points. Henry County runner-up. That's changing.
Big update there.
Big update. This is why I always preface that with unofficial results.
Second, third, and fourth. This is really close.
This will be exciting. Let's leave those hanging for a while.
Yeah.
Until we get it going.
Big teaser from your broadcast team. A couple more DeSales guys in. They're now on the board.
Still showing an incredibly tight race for second.
If you're new to cross country at all, the reason these scores are so fluid is what we refer to as displacers. So even though you may not be in the top 5 for your team, your 6th and 7th not only are tiebreakers, but they also displace other runners and add points to the total, if that makes any sense. Maybe Joe can better explain that.
It makes sense to me. Now, what I did find interesting, Dave, and I've been following this sport since I started watching my brother run when I was 10, for almost 50 years. I didn't realize until a couple years ago, the college scoring system is different from the high school scoring system.
How so?
All the rules you said apply, but at the time, in high school, the 6th runner decides the tie. So Henry County and Shelby County are tied. Henry County's 6th runner is 47th. Shelby County is 53rd. Henry County wins. In college, that is not the case. The 6th runner doesn't matter except for the displacement. It is a head-to-head recap of the two tied teams, first runner versus first runner, and second runner versus second runner.
Mano a mano.
Mano a mano. I'm not sure which system I prefer.
Yeah, that is a difficult thing. I like in high school that it makes the value of the whole team.
I believe there's even a third method for scoring. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but they use, I think, in the World Championships for deciding ties.
I believe that.
I may be off there.
No, I believe there is. When you, on the timing side of the business, when you set up races in certain software, you select your tie-breaking method, and there definitely is at least a third. Still showing this race for second through fourth is extremely close. "47 runners through those first 2 splits. Right now we have 42 at the finish. So we're waiting on 5 young men to wrap this race up. We can give you final scoring and individual advancers. Again, the top 4 scoring teams advance. I believe we do know those now. We just don't know what order they're going to be in. But it looks as if Shelby County, Christian Academy of Louisville, Henry County, and Spencer County will all advance to the state meet next weekend at the Kentucky Horse Park.
Well, so at this point, once again, I'm going to say unofficial, but we got to be closing in. We do have a tie. So our conversation is apropos. Henry County and Spencer County are tied for third. Both teams will move forward, 67 points. And at this juncture, it appears that... One second, inquiry going on. The Henry County runner has finished 29th. They're 6-man. Spencer County has finished 30th. So Henry County would be awarded the third place trophy, which I don't think there is one. I'm not sure how deep the awards go today, but very exciting.
47 runners through the first split and the second split, so it looks like everyone completed both laps. Joe, as displacers have continued to roll in, that tie's been broken.
Yeah, this is very fun. As we noted, one of the many reasons we love cross country. 2 points separating teams 2, 3, and 4 right now. I didn't get out of the trailer too much today, Dave, but I have seen a lot of former Louisville great runners around town. We've had state champion Caroline Gosser from Perez, also and won the mini marathon here in Louisville 2 years ago in her final year of med school at U of L. Still an avid runner. I'm looking out the window, I see Clint Sherman, formerly St. X in Western Kentucky, informs me he has a partially torn Achilles tendon, so his running career is on hold for now, and maybe for a long time, as he has phrased it to me. So here at Seneca Park. I mean, like regional or state meets? That's I do not know. Certainly not the state meets. Yeah, as earlier, I did reference that He has the fastest time in Seneca, 14:42. And I forget what the meet actually was now. The time that I would consider to be the fastest 5K ever run. It's listed as number 2, but the number 1 time came on what appears to be a significantly short course run one time many years ago. So when Bobby ran here, for those of you who know Seneca again, they did a flat mile like they start now. They did a complete loop of the park, and a back mile, and then a flat mile again. There were things in the way. There used to be a big set of stands for some kind of for soccer at the end. Metal, aluminum stands, probably held 1,000 to 2,000 people. I learned a very valuable lesson: not to run through the stands in your spikes in the middle of a meet, as I did on a Tuesday afternoon dual meet one time out here back when we ran meets every Saturday and every Tuesday. Tuesday meet effectively working as our tempo run. We did not know what a tempo run was in 1970 and 1980s, but effectively the same thing. A good 2-team meet with packed up competition with your teammates. I did not take a tumble, but there was some slipping, and I will say that I lost probably 40 yards of over 70 yards of stadium. So yes. He is not here today, but in Seneca Park a few weeks ago, the American mile record holder, Yara the Goose, showed up. I had an article about him in the local paper here, the Courier Journal. Yard, former manual alum. We had referenced him earlier, but had to be kind of neat for not just manual, but the other teams to practice here. There are usually 5 or 6 practicing here in the afternoon during the week to run into the American mile record holder. So that wraps up, Dave, 2A. So 2 races left for the day, single A.
Hey folks, can we move everybody this direction out of the section? I'm not doing it just to like water out of it, but
Runners are on the line. Look like they're preparing to go. Good crowd gathering around the start line, Joe. We've got schools represented. Louisville Collegiate, Portland Christian, Presentation, Francis Parker School, Highlands Latin, Walden, KCD, Kentucky Country Day, that is. Shawnee, Brown School. Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah. Through the first split at 1,800 meters, Mary Thomas Coote is in the lead by 16 seconds over Margaret Delaney from Collegiate. Another 3 seconds back to Haley Hack. 7 seconds back to Taylor Morris of the Brown School.
Yeah, and back on the race for a minute. We started talking about the teams a few minutes ago. Got sidetracked. Collegiate does look like the heavy regional favorite, followed by a tight battle for second and third. I heard you earlier. How many teams are going to progress to the state from here?
I believe it was 4. 4 from
5 teams, according to Linda Surratt.
That is correct. Linda is spot on. 5 in men, or boys, and 5 in girls.
So that would be Collegiate, the favorite, Prez, and Kentucky Country Day. I heard Dave reference earlier. In theory, would battle it out for second. Looks like Highland Latin, maybe a solid 4th. And then for the final spot, Whitfield and Francis Parker could be duking it out for the 5th and final spot. They're just a few points apart using, regular season time. So we'll see how that shakes out. We'll be able to get a team split here shortly.
So Francis Parker School is formerly St. Francis in Goshen, correct? Yes. Is there still one down there? The one on Bardstown is assistant, right? No, they went back there. There's only 8 people through the second split.
A lot more than one. About
I don't know if we're,
all private schools. Every single one.
but that wasn't.
I don't know if all. Johnny Brown is not.
Wish I don't even. I don't see.
Yeah, Brown's got a few. Shawnee has one or two. Oh, football.
Dave and I are looking through the regional list. We did see Mary Thomas Coote is the favorite. We do see Elizabeth Matthews involved of the regional runners listed with the fastest PR. Must not be injured today. Well, she is. We are going through the results here. She's in 5th place right now. She ran 1934 in the Central Kentucky Run. And in the low 20s, Rumbling Jungle and Tiger Run has not run since September 8th. Yeah, I have to discuss with her coach that we're going to speculate that she suffered an injury and is now back on the comeback trail. So wish her the best.
Is there some sort of mistake here? Brown is in second. Just passing 13 minutes into this 5-kilometer race, 5,000 meters over the grass here at Seneca Park. 32 runners now through the 2,500 meter mark. Joe mentioned earlier, you can pretty effectively take that time at the 2,500 and double it for an estimated completion as they retrace their steps along the final mile.
Looking at the pre-meet rankings, it's sort of holding suit here. We do have Mary Thomas, Collegiate Delaney, Margaret Delaney. Collegiate, they're 1, 2. They're listed, 2, 3, I think. So it is following suit. Haley Hack of KCD.
So we're relying on chip times that are coming from a pretty good distance away, but right now with Highlands Latin and Prez out in front of Kentucky Country Day, I think that's a little bit of a surprise. A lot of race left to go.
Yeah, and just thumbing through some of the times, it looks like Brown is really coming around. I don't see some of their runners listed, and they have. Let's take a look. A runner in 8th.
Yeah, they do.
A few others in the top 20. Whole team in the top 22, it looks like. So we'll keep an eye on them for a spot, for an automatic qualifying spot.
Looks like KCD's still searching for their 5th runner to come through the final split. Again, those are chip times, and chips aren't infallible. They could miss a read, so we will see how this shakes out at the finish line. But right now, Collegiate has a substantial lead, and Brown sits comfortably in 2nd. Collegiate with their 7th runner passing the halfway point. Of course, Collegiate's best runner from a year ago was Reese Ragland, who is now at Tulane. I believe she is doing well there, and I know their men's team is ranked in cross country. I'm not sure about the women's side, but it definitely is a program on the rise, and Reese is certainly a fine runner.
Yeah, I haven't followed Reese's cross-country season this year. She did turn some excellent track times, 1,500 mile times. I don't remember them exactly, but down into the, 440 mile, 445-ish mile equivalent times, if I remember correctly. So always good to see. In particular, some of the single A runners go on to success. It's not only the big schools who churn out the great distance runners.
Yes, undoubtedly. One of our greatest distance runners in Kentucky really would be Gabriella Karras, who was a AA school. And her sister, Katerina. Don't want to short Katerina.
And another AA runner, just speaking with her, has just started her first year at the University of Louisville Medical School here, Michaela Reinhardt.
God, what a crop that was, Joe. Those were some fine runners in those years.
Yeah, I think Michaela ended up being a couple-time ACC champion and NCAA qualifier.
At Duke University.
At Duke. She was the assistant, as she laughed to me, the volunteer assistant coach last year.
I did not know that. That's great kid, great family. Her has a brother running well this season, I believe, for Lex Cath.
It is a large Catholic family, and they have had a variety of excellent distance runners of both genders.
Abraham Lincoln was president. I was running high. Of course, it was a lot easier.
Barry Hayworth throwing jabs from the peanut gallery.
I did talk with Coach Hayworth earlier. He's planning on taking Assumption to first the Lloyd White meet a couple weeks after the state, then the Nike regional qualifiers, and hopefully on to the Nike nationals. It's a tough decision for coaches these days. As Barry was just making fun of two old guys just talking in the trailer, there was one national championship, Foot Locker. It was individuals only. Then Nike came in, added a team competition, and in the last 5 years, during COVID and for other reasons, other bodies have come in with national championships. Running Lane, or whatever it's called now, in Huntsville. There was one in Texas last year. Foot Locker's on its third name now. And
Foot Locker is now East Bay. Is that correct?
I think it's something else even this year.
I'll be darned.
And we're going to get back to the race. We do see our champion coming in.
Joe was good friends with the race director from formerly at Foot Locker. I don't know if he's still doing that anymore or not.
I believe his last year was 2 years ago. But yes, an excellent coach, excellent race director, did a great job. That meet was fantastic in its day.
Yeah, as you said, there is now a national championship for everything.
Dang it. We do have our regional champion has crossed the line. Time of 20:02, Mary Thomas Coote of Collegiate.
Led the whole way.
And is that a second collegiate uniform coming in?
Appears to be.
Are they going to?
Number 165 from Collegiate. We're going to get that name for you in just a second. It's Ms. Delaney. Haley Hack from Kentucky Country Day in third place in 20 minutes, 44 seconds. Split times tell us they ran pretty even races, a little bit on the positive side. Taylor Morris from Brown in fourth place, 20 minutes, 54 seconds. Leading the way for Brown. Hennigy. Joe, that mute button is tricky. We were discussing the fine runner from KCD from the last couple of years and guessing as to her name, but I believe it was Hennish. Ava Hurwitz in fifth place from Kentucky Country Day in 21:31. Riley Webb from Collegiate, their third runner to cross the line in 22:09. Joe, I believe that was the Walden runner crossing that you had been
yes. Yep.
speculating on the condition of. Elizabeth Matthews, yes, from Walden in seventh place. Trista Morris from the Brown School, 22:54 in eighth place. Collegiate's fourth runner, I believe that's Collegiate's fourth runner. Yes, is about to cross the line.
PR down
I have no doubt about that.
I've got 16. Oops, sorry. Let's go ahead and round out the top 10. We have Trista Morris from Brown in 8th, time of 22:54. Another 30 seconds back to Eva Martin of Collegiate. And in 10th
She
place was
missed, didn't she?
Sophia Westergren of Walden. So Collegiate has all 5 scoring runners in. Brown has 4.
I believe that might have been Brown School's 5th runner just crossed Joe, so that will finally give them a score, and it does.
We did have a lot of changes last race. Hesitant to
Yeah.
read out the scores, but we will go with Collegiate as the likely winner and Brown as the probable runner-up.
It would appear to be that way. We kind of learned our lesson in the last race to call it too early, but I don't think that will change. Two on, nobody out here, top of the 8th inning. Flashback. Sorry about that, Joe. Presentation with, I believe, their 5th runner crossing the line. "45 runners went through the split points, with our 29th runner just now crossing the line. So we have several on the course still.
So she did know how to run twice.
She did know how to. She just. Yeah. No, she just looked. I think she probably went out too fast and was just struggling when I saw her.
didn't think about doing 3 times.
Well, it's 4 minutes. 4 minutes added.
For those of you familiar with the Seneca Park course, particularly in the past, there's a section across the road, as Joe was alluding to earlier, that was always called the hilly portion or the hill, that has become unrunnable due to erosion and other issues, and now has left us with 2 loops on that side of the road, which would be the west side of the road nearest Interstate 64. Reminds you a little bit of 3,200 in track. You got to count your laps.
I'm going to flash back to last race, Dave. My current standings have us with 2 teams tied for third again this race. Still waiting for final adjustments. Well,
Indeed, that one may not change. Well, displacers can change anything.
that would be Highland Latin and presentation. Say at least half of the athletes probably do 2 sports in the fall as well.
Conflict that we cannot.
And even though it would be my belief that cross over every other sport.
Yeah, that's me. Looks like we still have 3 runners on the course. About 11 minutes away from the start of the boys' race. I guess we could look ahead, Joe. Who are we looking at in the boys' race?
Well, I always look to Holy Cross, but since they only have 2 runners this year, we won't look for them to win another regional championship. Let's pull up some stats, Dave.
Yeah, that one would be difficult, Joe. It's like when I used to play golf, I always said I could break par if I could birdie 8 of the last 4 holes.
No, but I've got two. I'm sorry. There's two girls from Shawnee.
It looks to me, Dave, and it's the been the best single A runner in town for a couple of years, even though he's only a junior. We'll look for Roman Serpina of Collegiate to win the race, and his sophomore teammate, James Gurley, perhaps to be the runner up. They both appear to be the class of the field, maybe 30 seconds ahead of Thomas Matthews of Walden.
Yeah, Roman has a younger brother who performed well in the state middle school championship just last week.
Yes.
But he has really come into his own in the last year. Had a terrific indoor season. I believe suffered a minor injury that set him back for the beginning of outdoor, but came on strong by the end of the year.
And we'd be remiss then if we're going down the family to not speak of the elder sister who didn't take up running until she was a junior in high school, had been a big biker, and along with, was it Reese Ragland, or did Reese have an older sister? Anyway, led Collegiate to a state title
3 or 4 does
years
have
ago.
a sister, yes.
This is getting too far back for us off the top of our heads, but the Serpina family, yes, a very aerobically efficient family.
Father Shannon, pretty well known in the Louisville area.
That was Portland, right? That was their
So let's go over some team scores. We may have just had our final competitor cross the finish line, so we're closing in on semi-official results. We'll go ahead and crown Collegiate as the regional champion. Congratulations to them. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 finish, 21 points. Brown, not listed among the favorites pre-race, a solid runner-up with 46 points. Fifth runner coming in 16th place. And at this point, we still have a tie for third between Highland Latins and Prez with 76 points. We believe that 5 teams will progress from this region to the state. Still waiting for the 5th team to score.
that last runner that crossed, I thought was their fifth. Did you get her, Max?
Odd situation here, isn't it, Joe?
It is indeed.
We have 5 teams that may qualify for the state, but we did not have 5 complete teams finish. So we had Kentucky Country Day, Portland Christian, Francis Parker, and Walden all finish with 4 runners or less. So that is an oddity. You don't see that very often. Joe, we're about 30 minutes away from talking about track season.
I can't wait. I love both sports. It was interesting. The former UK coach, Don Weber, asked me in a spare moment at an indoor track meet last year which sport I preferred, cross country or track. And I never really gave it some thought. I gave it some thought and told him that in a kind of wishy-washy answer. I said, in high school, I guarantee the runners like cross country more. It's more fun. This is a great environment out here. The weather's great. You come out and run outside. You got your team. It's a team score. There's a chance for individual glory, but it's a team. It's a ton of fun. And track, it's not quite the same. There's so many different events. You're more concerned about your time, your finish, whether you're going to get a college scholarship, all that kind of thing. So 2 different things. But he chastised me for actually probably preferring cross country as a spectator and a participant.
Whistle has been blown. Flag is up. Kenny Morton, one of our Hall of Fame officials, checking the start line, making sure nobody's toes are on it. And we're about to go.
So once again, our pre-race kind of favorites would be the Serpina and Gurley of Collegiate, Thomas Matthews of Walden, just a freshman, Clayton Now of Highlands Latin, and several of his teammates, Benjamin Bittner, Luke Hamilton, Ryan Shaps, and Asher Bittner. That would be 5 in a row from Highlands Latin, listed as times 4 through 8. So keep that in mind. Micah Harnett of Whitfield would be 9th, and Adam Dockstader of KCD would come in with the 10th fastest time. So we'll look out for those names at the 2 splits, see how they're faring.
It's interesting, back to track. I personally, professionally, from a timing standpoint, I enjoy track. It's fast-paced, just a fun sport, multidisciplined, obviously. And I've come to believe that, of course, long-distance running falls under the purview of track and field as far as USATF is concerned. So I like to think of it as one sport. But as far as which season I enjoy the best, I have to go. I'll have to go with track, Joe.
Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I love both. It's kind of picking nits, selecting one. And if you catch me at the end of the track season, when I'm all excited about what's going on, I may give you a different answer.
Agreed. We are just a little bit over a month away from our first indoor meet at the Norton Sports and Learning Complex. The Commonwealth Collegiate Opener this year, drawing good crowds, good fields. We already have, I believe, 14 colleges and universities entered.
That facility down on 31st and Muhammad Ali certainly gets a lot of use in the winter. I haven't seen the whole list of meets coming up. We have at least one new one. UK is hosting a college meet there. UK no longer has an indoor facility for racing. The football team has taken over the indoor track. UK has built a new indoor track, but it is strictly a practice facility at this point. So I actually hope to see those guys be able to do some meets in Louisville, and that may happen over time.
Yeah, I think that's a great addition to the schedule. I'm sure we'll draw some SEC schools. They are taking over a date that Louisville chose not to take this year. Of course, with the new coaching staff coming in with Joe Franklin, they are looking to build on the success of the program. I believe finished 17th at NCAA's last year. So track and field in the collegiate world of Kentucky is strong and getting better. Louisville appears to have some really good transfers picked up, particularly middle distance runners. Young lady that ran 2:03.800 last year is transferring from the University of Cincinnati.
Oh, Coach Franklin told me they had a 2:01 runner. Maybe he was just excited when he told me that.
You're going off my memory, so I could well be wrong. I believe our timer today, though, Madison Browning timed her at the University of Louisville's outdoor season, and that might be where she ran that time.
Say I don't have the schedule in front of us, but there should be, I think for the first time, KHSAA is sponsoring an indoor state track and field championship at the track in Louisville. That'd be something new on the schedule. We'll have one of the three great meets that Eastern coach Mike Horan hosts. We'll have the Eastern Invitational, Eastern Indoor.
Eastern Indoor, correct.
Which is such a good meet that 2 years ago the pros asked to come in and just be able to compete for an hour or two before that meet started. So look forward to that. The Louisville Sports Commission meet. And I'm not sure what else we have. There's several others. That track gets a lot of use. University of Louisville practices inside there. Bellarmine's college team goes there. All of the JCPS schools have access in the afternoon for practice. Monday evenings, JCPS host a meet there throughout the winter. So it's a great facility. Had many thousands of runners come through, including some Olympians. Personally had the pleasure of chatting with Sharika Jackson last year at the indoor meet.
Sandy Morse was here 2 years ago, I believe now.
Yes, pole vaulter. Probably the second best vaulter in the world. While we're working on getting some splits here, we haven't really talked about the team favorites, and I think we're going to qualify 5 to the state again. Highland Latins comes in as the favorite.
They're bound to.
About 25 points behind would be Collegiate, led by the two individual favorites we discussed. KCD maybe another 30 points behind. Portland Christian basically tied with KCD, so there's the top 4. And they do look like the big 4. Fifth place, with almost double the score of Portland Christian, would be Whitfield. And then another 70 points back to Francis Parker. So we'll see how this works out. Brown surprised us last race for the women. I see Brown listed as maybe coming in 7th. We'll see how they do.
Runners have crossed the road and they're in the final stretch of the far side of, you might as well call it the track. Certainly is oval shaped like a track. It's just that it's a little over a mile around it. Yeah.
Change the camera set.
Last race of the day out of 8 races here at this Louisville area super regional. Been a beautiful day. "14 minutes and 10 seconds into this event.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of cheering on the far side of the park. The leaders probably went by 2 minutes ago, so there must
Yeah.
be a race going on mid-pack.
On the screen.
I can see the runners. They're about 200 meters away. It looks like the stride of Roman Serpina of Collegiate, bright yellow jersey. I can't see the second runner yet, expecting his teammate, James Gurley. But Serpina about 120 meters to go now. It looks like he's going to run about 1550, 1545 maybe. So a very solid run for the
Big
junior
lead.
Serpina. (15:45.8) his official winning time. I do see a yellow jersey in second. He is looking very strained coming down the home stretch. Yes, has just been passed for second.
Dave, are you on?
Only one of those.
Only one of those ran.
I know, I got it.
Luke Hamilton of Highlands Latin in second at 16:26. Thomas Matthews of Walden, third place. Joe, did you say Thomas Matthews was only a ninth grader?
I believe that is correct. And it was James Gurley in fourth. He barely made it to the finish line. Looks like he's going to be okay standing over there, but it was a tough last 300 meters for him.
Hopefully just fatigued. Ryan Shaps from KCD in 5th place in 17:08. 2 Highlands Latin runners finishing back-to-back here now.
Yep. The collapse at the finish line, certainly not an unusual thing at a cross-country meet.
Ben Bittner and Clayton Now.
Gurley is up and walking unsteadily to the medical tent. I believe this is Highland Latin's 5th runner crossing the line now. Collegiate's 4th runner by my tally. A nice kick there among those 3 runners. Love to see the competition down the home stretch. All right, we're into our mid-teens for finishers now.
Joe, how are we looking on team scores here?
Highland Latin's in with 5. Collegiate's next runner will be their 5th, unless I missed one coming in.
You know, you got to really be impressed by the crowds out here all day. These are good, solid cross-country crowds, and they are vocal.
You know, they've turned over a few times today as well. There've been a couple thousand people out here. I would say easily.
I would say easily. Looking down the stretch right now, I would guess there are 300-400 people around the course right now.
I don't see much green of Trinity or maroon of Assumption. They're probably out celebrating their victories in St. Matthews and the Highlands, respectively, now.
Along with St. X, and as they
St.
should be.
X back in, in the edge of Germantown.
And Manual.
And Manual, and we'll call it downtown. All right.
Big update on scores now, as we've had several teams file in with their 5th runner. Highlands Latin. Highlands Latin is the current leader in scores at 33 points, with Louisville Collegiate in 2nd at 48 points. Kentucky Country Day in 3rd with 62, and Portland Christian in 4th right now with 81. Same boat we were in last race, Joe. We're waiting for somebody to get a 5th runner across the line. We do have a 5th team in now. Whitfield Academy now with a 5th runner across the line. So again, the standings as of right now, waiting on a few more runners to finish up their races. Highlands Latin in the lead, 34 points. Louisville Collegiate, second place and second qualifier at 52 points. Kentucky Country Day in third place with 68 points. Portland Christian, fourth place and 90 points. Whitfield Academy in fifth place with 109 points. Potentially Brown and Francis Parker still have runners on the course who can provide a fifth scorer. Don't think that that's going to change the standings.
Should I go get my wife?
Yes. Fire department near your. I don't know. It's a fire truck. Right past your house. Probably.
I can go get some orange juice. Maybe Caroline Gossard started. 2 years.
Still waiting on a runner or two to wrap it up here for our eighth race of the day and our fourth region of the day. Congratulations to all the qualifiers, both individual and teams, who will be advancing to next week's KHSAA state cross country meet at the Horse Park in Lexington.
I don't have any wooden toys.
You know, well, Joe, we're wrapped up for the day here. Any closing thoughts? Predictions for the meet that we're not going to be at?
No predictions, but I will be following it to the best of my ability. And it's been a great day. It doesn't really get any better for cross country than this. It's super regional. At the teams that we in Louisville know, the runners we know. Been a lot of fun being in here in the I'm still just going to call it the Timers trailer. Solid team here: Madison Browning, Linda Surrett, Mike Garcia, and David. How do you pronounce your last name?
Cash.
And and of course David Flower. Everybody knows David Flower. So it's been a lot of fun.
We will see you next. We will see you next on November 11th at the Lloyd White Memorial. Thank you, everyone.